Okay, there he is, Rhino Z, in the camera, not really the flesh, right?
No.
Um, but but yeah, we are now live. This is Soundbooth Theater Live, and these are the cold reads for Chrysalis 7. This is part 2. Chrysalis 7 is called Fated Antagonist. Rhino Z, thank you for joining us. And you're very cold right now.
It's a little chilly. It's a
Yeah.
little chilly.
How often does it get to 0 degrees in Australia?
Depends on which part you're in. So I'm fairly south,
Okay. And
down in
south is
Victoria, so
more or less often.
more,
More. Okay.
way more. Like if you go up north to Queensland, it's all tropical. Down here in Victoria, it's a lot more temperate. So
Do
yeah,
you
we get
have
some pretty severe frosts and stuff down here
do you
in
have
winter.
do you have white koalas and kangaroos down south?
No.
Oh man. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. Yeah, man. It's been a while since you've been on the stream. I just finished narrating book 6
Yeah,
last
you ripped
Friday.
through it. You ripped through it.
I don't know. It took me about a month. Usually it wouldn't take me that long, but there's so much, running the business admin stuff that I have to do nowadays that it's just hard to get in here. But
Mm.
I've told people before, Chrysalis for me is one of those audiobooks that's usually when I'm actually engaged, when I'm on my game and when I'm uh on a, what do they call it? When you're
A
focused
tear
in
in the
on
zone.
a tear in the zone. Yeah, when I'm in the zone, I'm doing like 1.1, 1.2 hours per finished hour, narrating it, which is pretty rare for me because I'm very picky about my narrating. But when I'm feeling Anthony, it's very it's just on the tip of my tongue and ready to go.
Mm.
Um, how are you feeling as a writer at this point in the story? Like, have you gotten yourself into the groove with Anthony, or has he always been a challenge for you?
No, Anthony's voice comes pretty naturally to me. Uh, it's not too dissimilar to my own internal monologue, scarily enough. Um, so that's pretty easy to get into the flow. Yes, hello everybody.
Yeah,
Glad you
and
enjoyed the book, Mr. Nightmare.
yeah, I really enjoyed book 6. I just feel like the energy, you always keep that energy up. Let's see, through book 6. Now, everybody, we're here with the author. We're talking about the series up to this point. I finished book 6. If you are not wanting any spoilers, go ahead and plug your ears and just go la 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 for a while, or just don't watch this because I'm literally gonna be narrating like literal sport, like you're gonna hear the story. So
Yeah.
just remember, when you come into cold reads, you're gonna be hearing what's happening in the story. But through book 6, we finally get to the third stratum, and we meet the demons. Now, we've already
Mm.
met Nvidia, right? We already
Yep.
knew that demons existed. We already knew the demons were coming in this stratum, but we're finally actually getting to know them. So when you were writing demons for this series, were you trying to figure out a different way to approach them, or were you trying to figure out a class, like how to fit the classical demons into your world?
Yeah, it was a little different, like because they're not traditional demons in any sense of the word. Like from a Anglo-centric perspective, more that they were a class of monsters that people sort of they were classified as demons, but they had their own way of operating, their own culture, and their own progression.
Yeah, very. Uh, it's funny, they're also kind of bug like because they
Mm.
have that, from birth they're like these little grubs basically, and it's all sort of like they kill each other. They're just constantly killing each other from birth, and
Yeah.
then very slowly actual demons emerge from this mess, and they're all completely mutated. Like, no two demons are the same, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And now,
And yeah, you're not wrong. They're probably one of the most populous, at least the fastest spawning monsters in the entire setting. The
but
whole third stratum is just carpeted.
to Anthony, they're not a problem, right? Like, as far as when they're first in that, is it larval stage? The
Yeah, yeah,
beginning?
yeah. They're called demon larvae.
Yeah, yeah. So when they're in that stage, they're basically like still just bugs. They're just crawling around and they don't present any threat to Anthony. If a normal level 1 surface monster were to find themselves in the third stratum and were exposed to this group of grubs, would they be in danger, or would a human that's at a low level be in danger of these grubs?
They would be if they couldn't handle the numbers.
Mm.
So Anthony's so large, it doesn't bother him. They don't even target him. Basically, they're too busy ripping into each other. But
Yeah,
if you just dropped a person in there, they'd be ripped to shreds because there's absolutely limitless numbers of them.
right, right. And for the grubs, it's biomass, right? So
Delicious, delicious biomass. They're
right,
monsters. They need XP. They need to eat.
right. So did you have any specific inspirations for these particular types of demons, like for your concept of them?
No, not really. I just sort of cooked them up.
Speaking of delicious, um, so yeah, I like this approach, and it fits them into sort of um, this secular mode, right? Not really used to thinking of demons as a secular thing, but they do
Hmm.
also have their own kind of deity that they worship, and it felt kind of unclear, but then we got who's the new eyeball? The new eyeball guy.
Oh, Alex.
Al. Yeah, right. Alacrix. Yeah. He says that he's met their quote unquote god. Is he just one of the? Is he just a super high tier monster?
Yeah, you got Arconodem, who's
Right.
one of
Right.
the ancients.
Oh man, a spider just dropped from the ceiling onto and went into my keyboard.
Spider friend.
I'll deal with that later. Um, yeah,
Yeah, he's
Arcanum.
Arconodem's one of the ancients. So
Right.
sort of core to the setting of Chrysalis is this idea that in the middle of the dungeon, right in the center of the world, there are 19
19 of them.
super powerful monsters, and each of them has had an influence over the world and over the dungeon.
Right,
Sort
and
of. Arconodem's claim is that he was the first of the demons. He was the original,
first of the
upon
demons.
which upon which all the rest have been patterned.
The first of the demons, but not necessarily the first of the ancients.
No.
Okay. And is that? I think this is the first one we've actually met, right? Or even come close to meeting, even heard anyone talking about having met at this point. Is that
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So that's right. It's the first time, and that'll become more of a theme as the story progresses. Like the ancients will become more of a presence in the
Right.
story.
That's something I'm really looking forward to. Hopefully, more in this book. Maybe we at least get to meet Arcanidum, or
Yeah, I think you'll get
a
to
second
voice
one.
Arconodem
Ooh, okay, great.
in book
Um,
7.
um, is it possible I voiced him in book 6? Because
Maybe.
Odin, his last first person narration chapter, and we'll come back to him. His first person narration chapter, he talks to some biggie.
Yeah, he does. Yes, actually, he talks to Arconodem.
Okay, so that was him.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad I gave him a dope voice. I'm looking forward to going back to that. Okay, so that we do actually get to meet him in book 6, guys. So keep that in mind as you're patiently waiting for book 6 to come out on Audible. But we are on book 7 now. Do we get to hang out with Odin anymore?
Oh yeah, yeah.
This is like the first new character you've put into first person, I think. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, pretty much.
And
And
and,
yeah, he will be around.
and what made you what inspired that decision?
Um, like most things in Chrysalis, it was just done for the joke.
Hmm. Okay.
It's one of the major things that people complain about is they don't like. Anthony's not really a typical protagonist,
Uh-huh.
I would say. And so, I mean, aside from having other functions in the story, um, Odin was kind of designed as a more typical reincarnation. You know, he's a cold-blooded assassin in his previous life.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
He
So
has a
this
really, has a really stoic attitude.
right, and that's kind of the standard for lit RPGs, right?
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Um I don't
And
know.
yet,
It's to me, Anthony's such a breath of fresh air. It's kind of hard to imagine the attitudes of people who aren't having fun with him. I mean, like if you're not having fun with Anthony, are you liking the story? Like is that how's that
I
possible?
mean, if you're not vibing with Anthony, then you're not going to enjoy this book.
Right? But
It's simply not for you.
Odin comes in and brings in that more classical lit RPG sociopath. And yeah, maybe it'll
Proper
rescue it
murder
for
hobo.
people. Maybe after hate reading for 6 books, it's finally time for some of these lit RPG people to enjoy this, right?
No, they get their moment. They get
Yeah,
their moment.
yeah.
I got a couple of questions.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Amanda Pepper
is
says
Anthony Australian? It's never actually specified where he's from.
that's true, but there's plenty of Australianisms in his speech.
There's lots of Australianism in his speech, and our spelling and our writing and a lot of our idioms are British.
Yeah, Nicholas asks, how do you keep up the great tempo while writing?
Um, a lot of rereading. You kind of have to make sure you're being consistent, and the only way to make sure you're being consistent is to reread. So you're hitting the right tone and trying to make sure you're keeping tabs on your pace, like how the pacing of the story is going and how quickly you're moving to where you want to get to. Um, it's not always easy.
Let's see. Here's something I forgot to ask about. Um, I'm looking forward to more Brilliant. She's so mysterious. I want to know more. Now, I don't know if this is from somebody who's just been following the cold read, but yeah, I find her to be a fun character. Was it just, in your opinion, time for a new personality ant in book 6?
Yeah, they're gonna keep coming, and yeah, brilliant.
Champions.
The champions. Brilliant is an interesting one. Yeah, she's very quickly become a fan favorite,
Yeah, I think
and
the more you torture Anthony with a new champion, probably the more it's gonna endear them to her, right?
endear them to the readers.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's giving too much away to say that she's basically a mad scientist.
Yeah, I picked up on that, and I'm very much looking forward to what Annie does with her. I might have to make sure I give her a little extra direction when it comes to her. Um, and yeah, someone mentioned a soul ant. Soul ant?
Solant?
Yeah, is that
That's
a
spoilers, Raceland. What are you doing, dude?
what are you doing? Well, it was Morgana May, I think. Yeah, that was the original spoiler. Let's see.
That is a Charizard
Yeah,
rather than dragon.
Amanda Pepper asks, "I am liking the orange dragon outfit." Now, is that your Tuesday outfit?
As soon as the stream is done, I'll be in that. There's no better way to sleep.
Shane Mitchell says Isaac was the first person. Was he? Did we get a first person chapter of Isaac?
I'm not sure if Isaac was first person.
I don't remember ever first person narrating an Isaac chapter. Like third person for sure, following, third person camera over the shoulder.
Yeah, the normal way I've always done it is any non-Anthony perspective is third person. So I don't remember, because that would have been all the way back in book 1.
Yeah, I think I would have remembered as having to struggle to do a Scottish third person or Scottish first person. I don't think I've done Scottish first person yet.
Somebody asked how many books they're going to be. I think it's going to work out to be about 13.
13
books.
Or
14.
Keep them coming. Yeah, you're past 1 million words by now, aren't you?
Yeah, well past. Well past. I mean, book 7, I think, is like 200,000 words by itself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a chunky boy. It's the longest book.
Yeah, well, we better get started here pretty soon. Let's see. I just want to see if there's any more questions from the audience here.
New baby ant. Yeah, that's brilliant.
Annie
is
is
Smith
voicing
Ant a
her?
champion? No, Smith Ant's not a champion.
Oh, Annie is voicing her? That's too bad. Jeff did a great job with her. Yeah, I mean, she's going to play all the female characters. I just think that Annie sounds more feminine than me. I mean, you guys could, that could be a point of controversy.
That's generous of you, Jeff. That's just big of you.
But yeah, it's my firm opinion.
I really love what she's done with the ant characters.
Oh my god! So my girlfriend is a big Chrysalis fan, and so
oh really?
yeah, she's been listening to it like the past over the past few weeks in preparation of book 6 coming out. So it's quite a joy to turn the corner while she's in the kitchen doing stuff or doing something on her own and off in her own world, but she listens to the audiobook with the phone speaker blaring, and so getting little visits from Annie's aunts is always great. I don't always get to listen to everything that she does, so when I come back and revisit bits of this story and hear Annie's performance, it just fills me with joy because she just makes the ants, they're just bursting with personality, and I love it.
I'm really looking forward to what she does with Brilliant and Tolly as well.
Oh man, I can't wait to see what she does with Tolly either. I've just been speed reading through those and just to have placeholders, but I really want to see what Annie's able to do. I YouTubed that character that you sent me, and I sent her that. So
that'd be an odd bit of culture for someone who's never seen Damon there.
Yeah, but that looked like what, the 80s?
Yeah, basically 80s and 90s.
Yeah. All right, well let's let's
Which Ant
get
gets the donut voice. You can't just throw the donut voice around willy
No,
nilly.
you can't. You can't anymore. It's not the right thing to do. Um all right, so I'm going to get started here. Rhino, thanks so much again for coming and hanging out. Do you want to hang out in the background and heckle me, or what do you want to do?
Oh, yeah, I'll hang out for a little while and then
All
I
right,
better
cool.
go to bed.
All right. Let's see. Can I get... I think it's going to have to be like this. Here we are. Okay. So we're getting started on Chapter 8. Yeah, please interrupt anytime. I have no problem with that. It's fun to talk about the process.
It'll be constant.
Yeah, okay,
Absolutely
good.
constant.
Good. All right, here goes. Chapter 8. More choices in menus. Don't recall seeing this before. If that's because I wasn't looking for it, or if it was unlocked somehow, I can't be sure. Being able to detect gravity? In what way? As in the strength of the gravitational field in any particular area, or from a specific object? Maybe both? Neither? The disruption The description provided by the system is vague, at best. I nervously eye the entry for a few long moments. On the one hand, I want to take it. This may help push my way to unlocking the gravitational mana specialty I want so very badly. But on the other hand, it might not. And then what? I'm stuck with this sense I don't even know the usefulness of. Let's not forget, I already reset my antennae. I'm not resetting them again. If I end up picking this mutation, then I'm going to be stuck with it forever, most likely. Let's try that again. If I end up picking this mutation, then I'm going to be stuck with it forever, most likely. Ah! After several minutes of agonizing back and forth, I decide to stop. After several long minutes of agonizing back and forth, I decide to stop thinking so hard and go with it. I committed to gravity early on with my choice of free mana organ, and I'm not leaving it behind now. Who knows? With a little luck, it'll turn out to be useful in the absence of the mana specialty, and I won't regret this choice in any way. Without too much hesitation, I ramp it all the way up to the max. And since the plus 20 and plus 25 are both the same mutation, my only option for plus 30 is to emphasize it again. Done. Moving on. Think but not too much, that's my policy. Think but not too much, that's my policy. With my vestibule, I'm keen to keep rolling down the path that I've embarked upon. With my vestibule, I'm keen to keep rolling down the path that I've embarked... With my vestibule, I'm keen to keep rolling down the path that I've embarked upon. Phew. Why is that so hard? With my vestibule, I'm keen to keep rolling down the path that I've embarked upon. There's so many ants now that it'd be impossible to get them... There's so many ants now that it'd be impossible to get them all in range of my vestibule no matter what I do. But the more I can get to... my goodness.
That's a tricky one.
It's always a little bit of a struggle to get the accent under me in the morning after I've only been awake for, let's say, an hour. So
Yeah. More coffee.
More coffee!
Is there a particular reason for choosing gravity? It's just cool, man.
Yeah. I don't know. Half-Life 2, right? Right? When that came out, holy shit. I don't know how long I spent just playing with the gravity gun.
It's always felt to me like it was an interesting ability.
Yeah. There's so many ants now that it'd be impossible. There's so many ants now that it'd be impossible to get them all in range of my vestibule no matter what I do, but the more I can get at once, the better off I'll be. Also, the farther I can get without effectively gimping myself. Also, the farther away I can get without effectively gimping myself. That sweet, sweet regeneration has been an absolute game changer, and I have no desire to go without again. Stupid Golgarian, their stupid cult. Anyway, I'm fairly confident in ramping that mutation all the way to plus 30. Excuse me. And finally, we come to the Knave. Right now, my purifying spirit Knave is concentrating and enhancing the energy it receives through the vestibule, which goes on to fuel my regeneration or strength, magnifying that effect. I think I'm a little too far away from the script. I've long suspected this evolution path was going to be a three-parter from the moment I saw the Knave, really. The energy is collected in the vestibule, magnified in the Knave, and then... obviously, something is meant to come next, which means I will step into my true power in my next evolution. Maybe. Perhaps. I mean, who knows? I could veer off script and take a different evolution entirely. If there's one that offers me juicy resets for my carapace and mandibles that will enhance my incredible diamond shine, then I'm almost certain to take it. Consequences be damned! Alright then, with the Knave, I'll continue on the path that I've already set down. There's still a chance that I'll end up resetting the organs, so I don't feel too attached to my choices here. More concentrated and magnified energy. Can't go wrong with that. I think I need to make one more adjustment here. That takes these three critical organs from plus 15 to plus 30 for the low, low price of 1,035 biomass. No! Damn it! My wealth! My incredible wealth! Gone already? Is this some sort of joke? Damned greedy and despicable Gandalf! What's with these costs? This is nothing but robbery! For a few long moments, I gnash my mandibles in disbelief before managing to grind my frustrations out. Obviously, leveling up means spending huge amounts of biomass. I should know that by now. I can't have expected to bring half my organs up to plus 30 in one shot. My remaining stock of 511 will give me enough to upgrade 3. Darn it! Which 3 to choose? I mean, carapace and mandibles are the obvious choices. I rely on them a great deal, the carapace to keep me alive, and the mandibles to make other things not alive. I briefly toy with the concept of disregarding my mandibles and upgrading my coordination cortex, but disregard that. Although I fight with my minds just as much as the rest of me, the mandibles will always hold a special place in my heart. Chomping is love. Chomping is life. When all the chips are down and there's nothing left in the tank, the mandibles will still be there. Which means I just have one more organ to take from plus 25 to plus 30. I could always do eyes, but I'm not doing too badly in the overall senses department these days. I need to prioritise staying alive more than anything else, so a more combat-oriented choice makes more sense to me. The inner carapace plating seems like a sensible choice, although the regeneration gland has proven its worth. Hard to go past legs. More speed and durability aren't exactly bad things to have. So my English friend has been listening in a little bit. Aren't. I've been doing aren't. Sometimes I've been using the R sometimes to help me with some of these bits, thinking that maybe sometimes they do that, but apparently not.
No, the R's absolutely not.
They just never. All right, so I have to get used to it.
They're the only people who use the R less than the Australians.
More speed.
Afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, just a few things in the chat quickly.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, everybody loves evil laughter.
Yes.
Is it truly evil if it brings joy? Yes.
Especially.
How you doing, Tev? Good to see you.
Hey, Tavaga, cool. I didn't notice.
Robin says, Chrysalis is my favorite series. I hope there are more books in the works. There absolutely are.
I have a question for Tavaga. Did Tavaga write the webtoons of Chrysalis?
No.
No, okay.
I wish. You were summoned by me.
He promised Factoria. Oh, are you guys about to play that soon?
Victoria. No, I'm just always playing Victoria.
What?
Yeah,
The
there's going
ant
to
guy?
be...
Playing Factoria?
Yeah, no way, right? That doesn't make any sense. Will you ever find out why Anthony seems to be the only one itching while mutating? Yes, you will.
Ah, yeah, that is a... Hopefully this book we learn it. I've been dying
not for a long time. Not for a long time.
Damn it.
But not in this book.
I'd love to know that. Okay. We'll have to wait, guys.
All in good time.
All right. More speed and durability aren't exactly bad things to have. The neural network to boost reflexes would also be handy. Gah! Don't think on it too long. Regeneration gland. There, done. For these organs, each only has the one option. Reinforce the same mutation I chose at both +20 and +25. The carapace has only ever had the diamond coating. The mandibles has had its savage mutation ignored in favour of the infusion aspect ever since I fused them, and ditto for the regeneration gland and its limb regrowing mutation. Luckily, 2 mutations seems to get the job done on those rare occasions where my reflexes and toughening mutations aren't enough to avoid losing a leg. Or is it 1.5, since one was a fusion? Either way, I'm happy to emphasise the rapid refill again, especially since the vestibule will push it that much further. I really should make it a point to test the mandible's infusion aspect, though, with all the elemental properties I now have at my disposal, especially now that I have to invest yet another mutation into it. Oh well, the mandibles are definitely not... Oh well, the mandibles are definitely next. Oh well, the mandibles are definitely next on the reset list anyway. With those decisions made, my final upgrades look like this. Vast, expanded collective will vestibule, +15, soul crystal. 2, limitless collective will okay, let me figure out a way to phrase this to where it's comprehensible. Vast, expanded collective will vestibule, +15, soul crystal. 2, limitless collective will vestibule, +30, soul crystal. Future sight antennae, +15, twilight filament. Future sight antennae, +15, twilight filament. 2, future wave sight antennae, +30, twilight filament. Purifying communal spirit nave, +15. 2, high purifying communal spirit nave, +30. Complete diamond carapace, +25. 2, thickened complete diamond carapace, +30. Mana flooded mandibles, +25. 2, mana drenched mandibles, +30. Frequent potent regeneration gland, +25. 2, hastened potent regeneration gland, +30. Now it's on to the skills. I feel I've done enough to shore up my foundations for the time being. It's time to see what the future holds in store now that I've pushed mind magic as far as I have. Come on, gravitational mana! I can practically taste it. So I have a question about the way you write chapters. Um, is each chapter, when I'm obviously this is edited for, novelization, but do these does each chapter represent just a new release for you, or do you sometimes release more than one chapter at a
Every
time?
chapter is released, so there's 5 a week, Monday
And
to
it's
Friday.
5 a week. Okay.
Yep.
So that means that sections like this, where we're like, okay, here's one chapter where he's talking about his mutations, here's another chapter where he's talking about his skills, right?
Yep.
That's like a Tuesday and then a Wednesday.
hmm Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
cool. So people, that's an interest. Like I have never consumed serialization like that. So it's kind of interesting to imagine being in the audience and waiting for the next chapter to find out, okay, now what is he doing with his skills, right?
Yeah, it's like I mean, I started writing Chrysalis a long time ago. Like it's one of the older lit RPGs, I guess. Um, and at the time when I got started, I was sort of reading a lot of translated, Chinese, Japanese web serials,
Hmm.
and those guys all just post tons, like massively long stories, huge numbers of chapters. I was never going to attempt to match them for pace, but I tried to do that like daily upload
Hmm.
sort of schedule. So yeah, Chrysalis is just written in these discrete chunks.
Now, do you if you have, if it's a chapter a day, do you kind of outline all 5 chapters at like the beginning or end of the week and then fill them in, or is it just like, all right, chapter time, go?
Yes, sometimes like it depends on what's happening in the story.
Hmm.
If I'm being honest, like sometimes I'll write out all the chapter titles and I'll have a brief summary of what's going to happen in each chapter so I can steer it. And other times, as you said, I'll just sit down and go like, yeah, well, what's happening now?
Interesting. Yeah, it's hard for me to I just like when this book is going, I just want to keep going. So like I waiting a whole day for the next chapter to me sounds craze inducing.
Well, I mean, it's just, you either have to wait a day for each chapter or you have to wait months for each book. Like,
I think months for each book is better for me because like there's the withdrawal period that I can
mm,
just tough it through, you know, and
yeah, that's when
then
you get it out of your system and
yeah,
then you get
after
to
like
anticipate.
yeah, after a week or two, it's out of sight, out of mind for a while, and then I get excited again when I see, oh, new release coming in a month.
Absolutely, and it brings you back.
Yeah.
Hey, Tev, don't give the game away. What are you doing?
All right.
I mean, I read some series daily. It's not a bad thing. Like you wake up in the morning and there's a fresh chapter to read when you eat your breakfast. It's not a bad way to do it.
I'll have to give it a shot. What are your are you currently addicted to anything on Royal Road at the moment in that's currently in
Just
process?
today, I was reading. This makes me look bad. I was reading "The Factory Must Grow."
The the factory must grow.
Yeah, on Royal Road.
I'm gonna look that up.
And I've been reading Pinnacle Warrior as well.
All
And
right.
both of those are doing daily uploads. Look, it's not my fault, alright? It's not my fault. Hang on, weren't you the one who recommended that?
There we go. Factory must grow. It's in the chat. And what do you like this? I mean, you're a Factorio player. You write a book about ants. I can maybe guess at why you like this one so much.
Uh, it's actually interesting the way they've approached this. It's only just recently gotten started, so there's not a huge amount of it, but
Okay.
I really like the way they're sort of systematically building everything up. Like literally starting from nothing.
Oh wow, editor C Mantis. So is this is one of their friends, I suppose?
Is that where? What do I miss?
The editor for this one is actually C Mantis, apparently.
Ah, okay.
Let's see. And this author has The Factory Must Grow, The Encyclopedia Arcane, and The Way Ahead. So 2 other fictions besides this. Have you read any of their stuff before?
No, I haven't read anything else.
All right. Well,
That's just what I'm reading at the moment. How many Australian lit RPG authors are there? Weirdly, a lot.
right. Is Benjamin Curie, or is he a Kiwi? Benjamin
I'm not
Curie.
sure. Benjamin. Like Sherdaloon is Australian.
Yep.
Haylock is Australian.
Yep.
I think Twice is Australian.
Tavaga, of course.
Tavaga. There's quite a few of us.
Try to think if there's anybody else. Who's the guy?
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be at PAX Oz again this year. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's her name?
Australia is a survival RPG, so it doesn't make sense. You do learn a certain level of respect for
Katie
for
Hanna.
nature. Yes. Yep.
Although
Alex
technically
Roth,
she's
yes,
American right now.
No, we claim everybody in Australia.
All right. Let's see what these skills are. Chapter 9. Nope. Except it isn't there. Damn it! I'll have to check again after I get my mutating done. But holy moly, I'd hoped it would be there. I'd ripped open the magical skills list the moment I had an opportunity and raced through it, my brain practically screaming for some sweet, sweet gravity. I'm crushed it's not there. There are new things for me to look at. I was able to recognize that much, but the disappointment after waiting so long and not getting what There are new things for me to look at. I was able to recognize that much, but the disappointment after waiting so long and not getting what I was after is genuinely crushing. Damn you, Gandalf! Just give me what I want already! Haven't I suffered enough? Gah! Well, forget that bearded fogey and let's have a look at what was unlocked. That was another question I had. It seemed like I think even Anthony guessed that maybe Gandalf was an ancient.
He thought, yeah, perhaps he was. He considered it.
Yeah, considered it. I think that'd be a cool twist.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. It better be good! The earliest magic skills available were, of course, the basic elements, which evolved into the advanced elements and can be fused into other elements. Nope. Awful. The earliest magic skills available were, of course, the basic elements, which evolved into the advanced elements and can be fused into other elements. Once I'd raised those high enough, I gained access to healing, mind, light, and shadow magic. I was never particularly interested in light and shadow, but I've put a lot of effort into mind and some into healing. Enough to make it useful, at any rate. What has this earned me in the eyes of the system? A few things, apparently. For starters, barrier magic has appeared, which is the field that Nvidia has been pouring the majority of his effort into. A highly useful field of magic, to be sure. I'll pick that up just on the off chance I need it. Getting it to rank 3 or 4 shouldn't prove to be too much effort, and I have a sneaking suspicion those flying discs the demons use is based off of an advanced or fused version of this. The second new field of magic to appear in my list is curse magic, and right alongside that is inspiration magic. I mean,
It doesn't take a genius to figure out what these two fields do. Curse magic exists to weaken enemies you cast it on, and inspiration magic buffs those that you... Try again. Curse magic exists to weaken enemies you cast it on, and inspiration magic buffs those that you cast it on. I'm not entirely sure I want either of them. Sure, both are useful, but I need to be realistic and consider exactly how much time I'll have to Sure, both are useful, but I need to be realistic and consider exactly how much time I'll have to devote. Woo. Sure, both are useful, but I need to be realistic and consider exactly how much time I'll have to devote. Sure, both are useful, but I need to be realistic and consider exactly how much time I'll have to devote to raising the... What the hell? Get your mind straight, man. I need to be realistic and consider exactly how much time I'll have to devote to raising these skills. There we go.
Get your head in the game, man.
Sure, both are useful, but I need to be realistic and consider exactly how much time I'll have to devote to raising these skills. I can't just buy every skill in the shop. The cost of leveling them in terms of skill points will become prohibitive for one, but mainly I just don't have the time to level them to the point of being useful. If I get some clear air and have some clear air... If I get some clear air and have a month to sit on my backside and grind out spells, then sure, I can come back and buy a few of the branches I skipped over, but for now, I need to focus on the ultimate goal. And that goal is driving forward through the ranks of magic until I get what I want, which is gravity. Even the taste of the basic forms of its power have been enough to whet my appetite. Even the taste of the basic forms of its power have been enough to whet my appetite. Nothing I've seen has even come close to the gravity bomb in terms of the sheer pants-wetting terror it induces. So close. Nothing I've seen has even come close to the gravity bomb in terms of the sheer pants-wetting terror it induces. I have to have the full power of this spell form... I have to have the full power of this spell form at my disposal. The other reason I'm not massively keen on Curse and Inspiration is that I know, through discussions with Tarina, that they are generally fused with Shadow and Light magic, respectively, to create the respected and feared Horror and Hope fields of magic. The spell forms unlocked by these combinations allow the effects of curses or inspirations to be applied more powerfully and over a wide area, using light or shadow as a means of spreading the buff/debuff. I don't know, to me it seems like buffs and debuffs would be amazing for an ant. Like with a colony.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that sort of thing, though, because it would very, very quickly become unbalanced.
Right.
That's why, yeah, there's certain skills and abilities that I've kind of steered clear of.
Because they'd just be way too OP.
Tev, have I ever seen a buff ant every night in my dreams?
We need Anthony pinups. Have some of those made and printed before you come out to LitRPG Con. You'll make a fortune.
I'm thinking of trying to find a way to get, like, Ben's robe with the ant antenna coming off the top.
Oh, yeah. That'd be great. This is probably a field Chrysalis could go down if she wished, although the other option she has is to fuse her mind magic and shadow magic together to form Nightmare. From what I gather, it's rather unpleasant. Actually, I wonder if you could fuse mind, curse, and shadow together. Trina didn't mention anything on that topic, though it would be interesting to find out. Hey, Chrysalis, when you get the chance, see if you can buy curse magic and start leveling it. There may be an interesting fusion you could use with shadow... There may be an interesting fusion you could use with shadow and mind if you get far enough down the line. Maybe at rank 5? All right, Master, I will. That was probably a bad thing to do. Haven't the monsters of the dungeon suffered enough? Moving on, there are a few new magical fields I want to take a look at, which might be good. Let's try again. There are a few new magical fields I want to take a look at, which might be good. Wood, metal, lightning, and force magic. I've heard mention of these as advanced elemental magic, which are a lot more common with higher-leveled delvers and dungeon dwellers, according to the Golgari. Usually, one would skip over the basic stuff as fast as possible and then invest their time more effectively in these more potent elements. At least, that's what I hear. Lightning is generally considered very powerful offensively, and I only need to look to Tiny for that to be proven true. Wood and metal are common magics for builders and crafters, though they also have their uses in combat. Throwing a spike of ice at someone is generally dangerous, sure, but throwing a spike of metal? More threatening, to put it mildly. Then there's force magic, good old kinetic energy. Want to grab someone by the throat with magic in the most literal sense? This is the method. Care to throw out a claw and have a wall of invisible pressure extend outward, knocking down your well-armoured but comically inept foes? Boom. Like a kid in a candy shop, I want it all. Oh, well, so I hear. I never had money to spend on candy as a kid. But after all this demon slaying, I've got plenty of skill points. I have 4! Seriously? After all of that? I could have sworn I was sitting pretty. But I guess I've really been running on some pretty thin margins. Well, shoot. As much as I'd love to buy up all the cool affinities and anything else that might conceivably help me unlock gravity magic, it looks like I'm going to have to be a bit choosier. Just the essentials then, like barrier magic. There's no such thing as too much defense, especially when it's something that can also help me protect my friends and family. I think that and force magic will have to do. Out of everything, I'd say force definitely has the best chance of leading to gravity, seeing as the latter is a fundamental force and all. Together, just those two will cost me 1/3 of my points, and I want to keep the rest handy for rank-ups. With the way I've been grinding lately, I could easily run out just by focusing on these new affinities, since low-ranked skills are so easy to raise. You know, maybe it's a good thing we've got another big battle coming up. An army of tier 6 and 7 demons will surely net me lots of levels, and thus skill points. I select my 2 new magic specializations, and after a moment, I nod with begrudging satisfaction. I may not have gotten what I wanted, or even all of the consolation prizes I wanted, but at least I'm moving forward, taking another step on the path that will get me there. With these and my current stable of elemental magics to hold me in good stead, hopefully I won't have to grind nearly as long. With these and my current stable of elemental magics to hold me in good stead, hopefully I won't have to grind nearly as long on this level before I plunge through and into the next. Running through the list of purchases I have selected, I feel good about my decisions. I think this marks another step forward for me, and having the first of my organs reach +30 is a very pleasant milestone. Let's do it! Oh, right. Here it comes! Dragonsteven! Damn it! I try very hard to be 100% faithful to how you spell out the fit that I'm going to have. I try to be very accurate with that.
I've noticed it's appreciated, trust me. If they get more complicated and weirder over time.
I'm up for the challenge, man.
All right, thanks very much for inviting me. It's about 1 a.m.
All right.
Time for me to go to bed.
All right. Thanks for coming, Rhino. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good sleepy. And yeah, let me know anytime you wanna join. I think tomorrow. Hold on, let me see what I said to Jess about this.
Chrysalis isn't a war crime. She's too adorable.
Tomorrow. Okay, so Wednesday and Thursday I'm doing 10 a.m. So if you happen to be on a Factorio binge that you haven't quite your eyes haven't quite moistened up again yet.
That's
to go
right.
to
Yeah,
sleep.
yeah. I can jump on.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, I'll see some of you guys at LitRPG Con.
Right, LitRPG Con. Don't forget, guys. Rhino Z will be there with us. This is in Denver, Colorado, July 18th through the 20th at the Grand Hyatt. And tickets are still on sale, litrpgcon.com. If you want to meet Rhino Z, the author of this series, he will be there. And are you playing games? You playing board games or any
I hope so.
tabletops? Okay, cool.
Is there a schedule coming out? I don't know.
Yeah, the schedule's coming this week, actually, to all the authors, all the creators, and then once everybody once everybody confirms they're good with their schedules, then we're going to post it on litrpgcon.com. So watch out, guys. This is your opportunity possibly play games with some of your favorite creators. Go to litrpgcon.com.
Playing games and talking about stories all day, man. That's what I'm about.
Hell yeah. All right. Thanks again.
Have a good night, everybody, or a good day, rather.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Let's switch over to this. There we go.
Chapter 10. Grind it out. When I eventually wake, it's to find that the rest of the group has already completed their mutations, and Chrysalis has extended herself into a wall between me and everyone else, preserving my modesty in my most vulnerable moments. What a good companion she is. Thanks, Chrysalis. I mean that sincerely, with all of my soul. You are welcome, Master. I slowly pick myself up, and this time it's a little more disorienting than usual. I stagger to one side before I manage to gather my balance and freeze. It takes a few seconds for me to work out what is giving me such trouble, and once I do, it starts to make a little more sense. The antennae. When I upgraded to Twilight Filament, I did so because the descriptions spoke of how sensitive they were, and I'd hoped that sensitivity would translate to the future sense, since it's essentially changing the antennae to detect more sensory information. I've done the same again, but this time made them able to detect gravitational waves, and they are doing a damn good job of it from what I can tell. It's like... I'm not even sure how I... It's like... I'm not even sure I can describe it. It's like... I'm not even sure I can describe it. I can feel the pull of gravity not just through my body, but to an incredibly fine extent through my antennae. And not just the gravity personally affecting me, my physical body, but in an area around me. Naturally, that pull is downward toward the centre of the planet, but there are vibrations and fluctuations that perhaps someone with greater understanding over how these things work could explain. On top of that, the two mutations are functioning together, so not only am I detecting the gravitational waves as they are, but also as they will be a few moments in the future. Gah! As I twitch my antennae, it's starting to As I twitch my antennae, it's startling to realise I can actually sense the very tiny fields being As I twitch my antennae, it's startling to realise I can actually sense the very tiny fields being emanated by my companions. Tiny's is stronger than the others, and even Nvidia's is large enough for me to detect. Tiny's is stronger than the others, and even Invidia's is large enough for me to detect. Perhaps I'm also sensing the mass he has stuffed away in his pocket dimension. It's bizarre and a little nauseating, but I'm hoping that It's bizarre and a little nauseating, but I'm hoping that's a temporary side effect. Otherwise, I've just mutated my way into trouble once again. No worries, I'll get used to it. There are other differences besides that as well. It's easy to forget that upgrading an organ does produce a small overall performance increase. In this case, taking my vestibule and nave from plus 15 to plus 30 at once. Apart from the changes brought on by my mutation. Let's try this again. In this case, taking my vestibule and nave from plus 15 to plus 30 at once, apart from the changes brought on by mutation, has produced a noticeable and startling effect. The amount of energy pouring in through the vestibule has increased significantly, beyond what the range increase alone should account for. The nave is flooded with that will and is condensing and purifying it to the point it feels like liquid gold as it eventually floods into my system. The feeling is incredible, to be honest. I feel refreshed, energized, and uplifted as the will of thousands upon thousands of my siblings flows into me. With a start, I jerk my mind away from that path. I know from experience that sinking down into the thoughts and desires of my siblings that flow through me is a trap that's hard to get away from. I've been disciplined about it lately, but it'll take some time to adjust to this new level of intrusion. Still, it's nice to see the improvements have been worth the rather massive investment I made. My mandibles and carapace have also benefited from the process, of course. The pure diamond coating that encases me has grown that little bit thicker, adding to my luster and shine. My jaws are a little larger, a little more dense, and even more responsive to my mana than they were before. I'm going to have to test them with every type of mana I have at my disposal to really see what they can do, something I've been far too lazy about and avoided doing. I mean, what happens when I bite something with mind mana infused into my mandibles? Goodness knows. Excuse me. I've been ignoring Instagram people. 3 people here on Instagram. Themo28 says, I read today's chapter on Patreon as I was making my breakfast. Cool that your Patreon people are coming in and watching. Sean McKeon says, is LitRPG Con going to be a yearly con going forward, or just when you guys feel like doing it? I think yearly. It depends on how this one goes, whether or not we do next year's, but the way it's looking, the number of sales that we have so far, I think we're going to be able to do it again next year. Tavaga left. Yeah, I mean, it really is just dependent on the success. I think we're just on the line, but, you know, the more people that you guys can convince to come and get our ticket sales up, the more likely we are to get it going next year as well. All right then, squad, it's time to get back out on the road. We need to keep grinding skills, levels, and biomass. I've got a long way to go, maxing out for tier 6, and I'm sure all of you are the same. My pets each acknowledge my words in their own way, for they are true for all of us, even Nvidia. My pets each acknowledge my words in their own way, for they are true of all of us, true for all of us. My pets each acknowledge my words in their own way, for they are true for all of us, even Nvidia. Brilliant. Are you able to move around much yet? I think so. She doesn't sound all that sure, but looking at her, I can already tell that a lot of the raw biomass has been digested. Tiny can carry you if we need him to. I hope you're ready to reach tier 4 because we aren't... Tiny can carry you if we need him to. I hope you're ready to reach tier 4 because we aren't stopping until you get there. before? Already? Yes, already. The colony doesn't have time to wait around. You need to get cracking, and you can't exactly do much as you are. I can too! Sure. Come on then, let's get going. It takes concentration, but as we roam through the tunnels with Brilliant loaded into Tiny's arms like an ant missile, I find that my sensitivity to gravitational waves is even more extreme than I thought. I can actually sense monsters through it so long as they're within a certain range. I can actually sense monsters through it so long as they're within a... I can actually sense monsters through it so long as they're within a certain range, which is just ridiculous. The amount of gravitational force a monster gives off might be many times larger than a human would, but it's still pathetically weak. The fact I can find them, even through walls in some instances, just blows my mind. This is nuts! Oh, Sean McGeehan has picked up the new Soundbooth Theater t-shirt and is loving it. Yeah, guys, speaking of, let's get you all over to the merch store. You can get the Soundbooth Theater t-shirts here. I think we still have the classic ones available too. Yep. The Nat 20 crew neck tee. At least it makes for extremely efficient hunting. As soon as we find a monster, we knock it down and pummel it to the brink of extinction before Tiny rams Brilliant into it and she manages to chomp it to the point of giving her a notification. Then we hoover up the biomass and move on to the next target. We only slow down when it becomes clear we're roaming deeper and deeper, only to find fewer and fewer prey.
I believe if we were to go much deeper, we would break through to the next layer.
Owl observes after a while. I raise my head, letting my antennae swirl through the air as I attempt to detect anything that would indicate he was correct. The heat has only risen as we descend, the open pools of lava becoming more frequent as they drip down from above. If I were to crack an egg on a rock, it would be charcoal in a minute. That's how hot it feels. Whew. By any chance, does it get a little cooler as we get... By any chance, does it get a little cooler as we get lower? The giant eye of literal flame looks at me steadily for a long moment. I'll take that as a no. I'll take that as a no. How far off evolving are you? I ask Brilliant. I'm level 19, she informs me from her position as a harpoon in Tiny's grip. One more monster, and we can retreat back to the city. Amanda Pepper, you've posted yours in the Soundbooth Discord? Let's see. In the Soundbooth or in the Soundbooth Theater? Looking through, can't find it. Share your art. Under share your art. Hey, Amanda Face, you're doing, are these, what kind of stones are these? Are these just plastic bits? I wish I could post it in the chat. But Amanda does not lie. It is there. Chapter 11. 2 new toys. Barrier magic is another defensive tool in the box, and I'm quite keen to train it up. With my reaction speed and increasing magical prowess, I bet I can throw down shields in the blink of an eye, putting them where and when I need them before my opponents can even react. I don't think it would be much of a stretch to say I'm attached to my new life in this world. I don't think it would be much of a stretch to say I'm attached to my life in this world, a heck of a lot more than I was to the one before. I don't think it would be much of a stretch to say I'm attached to my life in this world, a heck of a lot more than I was to the one before, so I'm invested in being not dead. The more methods I can deploy to ensure I remain in a living state, the better, in my opinion. But then, defense alone won't actually end any fights, so I also want to work on my new force magic. It sounds way too useful to ignore. I mean, kinetic energy on tap. The only limiting factor is mana and my ability to wield it. And on the chance that it could react to... And on the chance that it could lead to gravity, and force has to be my next... Add on the chance that it could lead to gravity, and force has to be my next focus, while silently promising myself I won't neglect the life-saving shields of my other new toy for long, I put half of my mind constructs to work practicing the construct that will produce that much more exciting new form of mana. While silently promising myself I won't neglect the life-saving shields of my other new toy for long, I put half of my mind constructs to work practicing the construct that will produce the much more exciting new form of mana. While silently promising myself I won't neglect the life-saving shields of my other new toy for long, I put half of my mind constructs to work practicing the construct that will produce the much more exciting new form of mana. And, as is tradition, the construct is a pain within a pain wrapped in an ache and garnished with a kick to the noggin. None of these... One more time. And, as is tradition, the construct is a pain within a pain wrapped in an ache and garnished with a kick to the noggin. None of these damn things are easy, but then again, I suppose converting mystical energy from one form to... Damn. None of these damn things are easy, but then again, I suppose converting mystical energy from one form into another isn't exact... Oh my god. None of these damn things are easy, but then again, I suppose converting mystical energy from one form into another isn't exactly an easy task. Despite the complexity compared to the omni-elemental construct, it's basically a walk in the park. I have every confidence I'll be able to put it together in a few hours, and then I can start playing with it. As we make our way back to the city of Rockclew, having completed our immediate tasks, I take some time to experiment with something else I've not investigated as deeply as I should. My mandibles are specifically mutated to accept mana and produce effects based on the type I use. I had a lot of fun infusing them with gravity mana back in the day, but more often than not, my opponents these days have too much mass for me to properly yank them. I think I phrased that correctly. Basically, using the gravity mandibles is a lot more situational than it was before, since they don't have the desired effect on things that are too massive. If I had more gravity mana to pour in, then perhaps I could get it to work as it did before, but I'm limited since I only have what is available in my organ and can't make more for myself. However, since I... let me see, I think that's probably... If I had more gravity mana to pour in, then perhaps I could get it... If I had more gravity mana to pour in, then perhaps I could get it to work as it did before, but I'm limited since I only have what is available in my organ and can't make more for myself. However, since I mastered the basic elements and learned omni-elemental magic, I now have ready access to every type of basic elemental mana, including the fusions. Which means a whole host of different types of mana I can infuse into my mandibles that I haven't really tried yet. I'm not expecting anything world-shattering, but it'll be nice to see what kinds of effects I can produce as we march back to the city, following the winding tunnels as they twist and turn back to the larvae-flooded plains. I use my omni-elemental construct to flood my mandibles with every type of mana I can create and tromp on various things, rocks, the odd demon, to see what happens each time. The mandibles respond incredibly well to the mana, drinking it up like some sort of mega sponge. Continuing to mutate them down this line has clearly increased the strength of the effect that is produced, while also increasing the ability of the mandibles to take and hold the energy that I give it. I have to throw in a ridiculous amount of mana before they start to feel full, and the abilities they grant are quite startling when fully charged. For starters, water mana. To my surprise, the feeling I get from infusing this energy into my mandibles is one of cutting, and when I chomp down on a rock, the mana floods out in a rush as tiny, To my surprise, the feeling I get from infusing this energy into my mandibles is one of cutting, and when I chomp down on a rock, the mana floods out in a rush as tiny, concentrated blasts of water emerge from the spiked tips of my mandibles. When I withdraw my jaws and inspect the rock, I find the pressurized water has drilled holes deep into the stone. Nasty! This might help me crack through defences in a pinch. I'm impressed. Nasty! There we go. Fire mana. I've tested before. Fire mana, I've tested before, essentially superheating my mandibles, though I don't really feel it, thank goodness, and sizzling whatever I bite. No, this is not what I wanted. Stop it. Why are you doing this to me, script? Fire mana, I've tested before, essentially superheating my mandibles, though I don't really feel it, thank goodness, and sizzling whatever I bite. I'm a fan. Not much use in the third stratum, but I still think it's a strong effect. Air mana is a bit of a weird one, similar to gravity in a way. Once fully charged, when I open my mandibles wide, the air in front of me is sucked away, dragging whatever happens to be in front of me forward as the air rushes toward me to fill the void. The range is much less than the pull. Gravitational mana gives me, but this effect is targeted on an individual in the same way, except anything in front of me will be dragged forward unless they are strong enough to properly... Except anything in front of me will be dragged forward unless they are strong enough to... Except anything in front of me will be dragged forward unless they are strong enough or properly prepared to resist the sudden drag. I wasn't sure what to expect with earth mana. I mean, it was always going to be an unusual effect, but what I got was surprising and pleasing. The sense of peace and fulfillment that washed over me was immense, and when I turned to the tunnel wall and began to dig, the earth just melted away beneath my mandibles. Bliss. True peace. Ice mana was much as expected. When I bit a stone, the mana flooded into it, and even in these boiling temperatures, the damn thing started to freeze, rapidly cooling to the point that frost started to form on the surface. Of course, mixing temperatures like this isn't particularly healthy for a rock, and the damn thing cracked right in my face. Blue fire was much the same as normal fire, except hotter. Gas magic was subtly different from air magic. Whereas air magic created a vacuum in front of my jaws which dragged things in front of me forward, gas magic created a rush of air. Whereas air magic created a vacuum in front of my jaws which dragged things in front of me forward, gas magic created a rush of air inward to where I was biting, effectively locking in place the target of my ire, unless of course they were strong enough to resist the inrushing atmosphere. Fuck. Whereas air magic created a vacuum in front of my jaws which dragged things in front of me forward, gas magic created a rush of air inward to where I was biting, effectively locking in place the target of my ire, unless of course they were strong enough to resist the inrushing atmosphere. Stone took the previous levels of ease of digging to all new heights, earth and stone positively crumbling away whenever my mandibles got even close to them, the mana leaching out and into the rock, dissolving it from within. This could be useful for the carvers. Next chapter. How's everybody doing? Yeah, JTJ, what is he narrating right now? Is he still up? Nope. Chapter 12. The Reborn City. Returning to Rockloo, we make our way up the plate on which the city was built, the changes that had taken place clear to see. Not once to mess around, the colony has clearly gotten to work to an extent that left the remaining local residents' heads spinning. Around the central pillar, the carvers had clearly decided, forget this, and just gone ahead and built an anthill circling the base. What had once been Grockus's compound was now an elegant tower of stone and dirt, already displaying elaborate carvings and intricate arrangements on the outside as the more artistic workers set to their business. The rest of the city was rebuilt sturdier and neater than before, no longer quite as tangled a mess as it had been. The colony had imposed some degree of order on the demons without going all the way and tearing down their warrens completely. Thousands and thousands of ants are still in residence, watching in all directions, building, scouting, shifting resources from above and bringing them down into the city. The elevator they constructed is rather impressive, no doubt about that. The ingenuity of the colony knows no bounds. Of course, once we are settled, it's time for Brilliant to evolve. Hop to it, I tell her. Make sure you think carefully about your choices and don't make any dumb decisions. You really can't afford to waste your evolutionary energy. I know that, she grumbles. It's just that I'm so tempted to choose everything I see. That curiosity is likely to get you killed one of these days, I scold her. Obviously you can't pick everything. Be sensible about it. Fine. I carefully watch her until I'm convinced she's deep into the menus and thus too distracted by the system and the process of evolving to worry about what's happening in the real world. I carefully watch her until I'm convinced she's deep into the menus and thus too distracted by the system and the process of evolving to worry about what is happening in the real world. Chuck her in the mouth. Chuck her in the mouth, Invisia. She can evolve in there while we go about our business. Mind you, if she gets too large for you... Mind you, if she gets too large for you to hold, make sure you let me know and spit her out.
Very well.
A few moments later, the little ant is gone, vanished into a pocket dimension, whilst the rest of us continue on... Fucking hell. A few moments later, the little ant is gone, vanished into a pocket dimension, whilst the rest of us continue our tour of the city. It isn't long before we bump into some old friends. Sarah! I didn't expect to see you down here. We spot the big bear helping a few carvers by shifting some heavy stone blocks with not inconsiderable strength.
Oh, Anthony, welcome back. I couldn't keep being lazy and thought I should come down here and help. I might have thought twice if I'd realised how hot it would be.
I can see that Smith Ant got a hold of you too. I flip an antenna toward the rings of metal that adorn her limbs. She pulls a face.
Oh, this is nothing. You should see the full armour set. No, these pieces are just for helping keep me cool.
It's not great having fur down here. I bet. I walk over to her and give her a pat on the back with one leg. Just be careful with yourself, all right? Just be careful with yourself, all right? You'll be a big help in the fighting against the Tier 7 and 6 opponents we have to deal with here, but if it gets too much for you, make sure you go back out before it becomes overwhelming. Nope. Just be careful with yourself, all right? You'll be a big help in the fighting against the Tier 7 and 6 opponents we have to deal with here, but if it gets too much for you... Oh, my God. For you? Demon card Enforcer 3. I didn't realize that was coming. Just be careful with yourself, all right? You'll be a big help in the fighting against the Tier 7 and 6 opponents we have to deal with here, but if it gets too much for you, make sure you back out before it becomes overwhelming. There we go. That's it. There are flashes of pain in her eyes as she recalls the near disaster she experienced the last time the colony was under siege.
Don't worry, she assures me. I'll be careful.
We chat for a little while before she remembers to tell me that Granin and crew had come down looking for me, so I bid her farewell and let her go back to building, which in turn gets the carvers to stop accusing us of being lazy and go looking for the Golgari. I eventually find them resting just outside the anthill in a small compound that appears to have been constructed for them to reside in. The colony is nothing if not accommodating. Granin, you old fogey! I greet him jovially. Tarina, looking wonderful as always. Corin, wonderful to see you.
Very funny. Very funny.
The old shaper grunts.
It's great to see your big insect mug as well.
Is that any way to talk to a future ancient? I chortle. He peers at me.
Becoming an ancient is no laughing matter,
he says.
You're talking about becoming one of the most powerful entities on the entire planet. Or are you telling me you've actually decided to do this old rock a favor? Or are you telling me you've actually decided to do this old rock a favor and make it your goal?
Hell no! I'm just trying to support my family and make it to my next evolution in one piece. He rolls his eyes and glances at Tarina and Corin, who are both radiating a noticeable level of I-told-you-so energy. It's interesting to me that the three Golgari give off much stronger gravitational waves than one would expect given their size. I suppose the ore they cover themselves in isn't just for show after all. I suppose the ore they cover themselves in isn't just for show after all, but even taking that into account, I feel like their bodies underneath that rock and metal are denser than I might have expected. The Golgari are rumoured to be naturally very strong. I suppose that's no joke. Oh, by the by, I've been playing around with a few new things. Check this out. I infuse stone mana into my mandibles and wave them threateningly in the old shaper's direction, and to my surprise, he reacts, leaping back from me with a scowl on his face.
What the hell is that? My danger senses are going crazy.
You have danger senses?
Never mind that.
I can't help but give him an odd look. I infused my mandibles with stone mana. I tested it on the way over. Helps me cut through rock like it's not even there, I explain. He shivers.
No wonder. Made me feel like my skin was about to peel off. The Golgari fought monsters with a similar power a long time ago. Stone mantis. Except they infused the blades on their arms rather than their mandibles. We ended up driving them to extinction because of how threatening they were to our people.
Didn't mean to stress you out. I apologise. I just thought it would be funny.
Don't worry about it, Anthony. Don't worry about it, Anthony.
Corin laughs.
It was plenty funny for us.
Granin shoots them a dirty look.
Enough of this. How is progress toward your next evolution?
Give me a break! I only just evolved! Oops. Give me a break! I only just evolved! You think experience rains down from the sky?
No,
he frowns.
But it's still risky for you to be down here as a Tier 6. Tier 7 demons are no joke, as I think you've found.
I don't know. I shrug. We managed to handle Grockus all right.
This is what I was worried about.
The big shaper harumphs, and even Tarina looks a little disappointed. We heard about that fight, she says. And from what we understand, you were almost eaten from the inside out, despite having your opponent surrounded and outnumbered. If it weren't for your strange gravity spell, you would have lost for sure. I mean, they aren't wrong.
And that big moron was an excess demon. Not exactly the most feared combatant you can encounter down here,
Granin says. What is? I ask, curious.
I mean, he was the ruler of a demon city, so can't be that harmless.
There are a few Tier 6 demons who are straight up designed for killing. Slaughter demons are among the worst, but they aren't alone. Wrath demons are a pain to deal with. Blade demons, let's not forget torture demons, those are a literal pain to deal with.
It's almost humorous how quickly the Shaper can fall into a lecturing tone. The guy was born to be a teacher. None of those sound pleasant. We had a Tier 7 war demon down here as well.
Those are massively dangerous. Don't forget that the one you ran into was only recently evolved. They can get far more deadly than that. At the Tier 7 level, Pride demons can evolve into Vain demons or Emperor demons, both of which are far more threatening than the Tier 6 variant. Slaughter demons usually evolve into Massacre demons, which are as bad as they sound. Blade demons can become Slasher demons or sometimes Violence demons. Those are particularly nasty. Blade demons can become Slasher demons or sometimes Violence demons. Those are particularly nasty. At Tier 6, you can find Blood demons, which can evolve into Bone demons. If you see one of those, I want you to get the hell away from it.
That is unusually serious. What? Why? What do they do? He tells me. Understood, I shall never go near them. I vow within my mind and simultaneously within my soul. That's just nasty.
Keep pushing for your next evolution.
Granin advises me seriously.
Tier 7 monsters are the real threats on this stratum, and as a first stratum monster, you are far below them. Your next evolution will give you 2 or more resets that can not only level the playing field, but push you past them with good choices. I won't feel confident for you down here until you reach that point.
Next chapter. No tickle demons? Stand-up comedy demons? Nope. Totally unimaginative. It is a travesty. We're almost 10% in already. Chapter 13. A Spoonful of Sugar. Enid looked down at her tea with a slight smile. Not only had the ants secured a source of truly delightful tea... Not only had the ants secured a source of truly delightful tea leaves, they also managed to procure... Not only had the ants secured a source of truly delightful tea leaves, they also managed to procure sugar, goodness knows from where. In the same manner in which they tackled every issue, namely head-on, they had begun cultivation and experimentation of the substance the moment they had the free resources to do so. In the same manner in which they tackled every issue, namely head-on, they had begun cultivation and experimentation of the substance the moment they had the free resources to do so. One would have assumed the ants would care little for such frivolous items. One would have assumed
One would have assumed the ants would care little for such frivolous items, instead concentrating their efforts in other directions. Yet she had visited the tea plantations herself, seen the vast amount of energy they put into the care of their leaves. The colony truly didn't believe in outsourcing labor. The idea of having someone else grow the leaves and then purchasing them seemed almost alien to their insect minds. To be fair, labor wasn't exactly something they were short of, but she could only imagine how frustrating she would have found it to deal with these monsters as a merchant. The second you found something they wanted to buy, you also created a competitor, because no sooner did they purchase it than they started trying to make or grow it themselves. Then they would turn around and start selling your own merchandise back to you, and probably at a higher quality than you yourself had been able to obtain. Infuriating. The tea fields couldn't be described as vast, but they were certainly extensive, and now, with the sugar plantation added alongside them, they almost extended over an entire expanse, with further expansion planned. Not only had her own people in Renewal become addicted to the pleasant flavor and delightful sweetness, but so had Riley and an increasing number of the ants themselves, most particularly the queens. And if the queens wanted something, they were going to get it.
Maya, are you ready?
The calm voice of her secretary reached her through the door.
Yes, Terence. I'll be there in a moment.
With a groan, she forced her old bones to move up out of her chair. She'd been feeling her age more keenly than ever over the last few weeks, ever since the siege ended, but she'd long gotten used to forcing the niggles and aches that plagued the elderly to the back of her mind. She'd been feeling her age more keenly than ever over the last few weeks, ever since the siege ended, but she'd long gotten used to forcing the niggles and aches that plagued the elderly to the back of her mind. She gathered her things and regretfully left the plush and comfortable lodgings. the colony had provided for her and the nest behind. They'd even installed heating sigils that kept the room at a comfortable temperature at all times. Such an extravagant use of valuable cores was something only the royalty and noble class would dare contemplate in Lyria before the wave, and now she was able to enjoy it. Once she opened the door, she was greeted by the warm and cheerful face of Terence, her latest secretary. He'd been a scribe in the capital before the destruction, a skill he was now able to put to good use in the service of the survivors. Terence is a dude.
Maya? Maya, are you ready? Maya, are you ready? How are you today, Miss Melia? How are you today, Miss Melia? He asked politely. Oh, I'm fine, she groused. Stop harassing me. You're worse than a grandchild. The middle-aged man just smiled as he fell into step beside her. There are a few things that demand your attention today, he said. But I presume we are heading to the hospital first? Of course. Right you are then, Mayor. Good thing I scheduled your appointment with the Riley merchants for the afternoon. Enid groaned. What do those crusty old bats want this time? They have approached the colony about the possibility of imposing copyright law. I understand there are quite a few enterprising merchants who are already prepared to lodge claims. And the colony, having no idea what on Pangera they were on about, asked for me to sort it out. That is most likely the case. I assume they want to claim the copyright on basically everything under the sun, since the colony's legal system, such as it is detached from everyone else's, thus nothing is currently protected intellectual property. There has already been a claim laid on the wheel, Miss Mayor. Damn vultures, she muttered as she rolled her eyes. I suppose this is how they're hoping to stop the ants from competing with them, by having the colony agree that it would be illegal to do so. Terence didn't say anything in response, but they both knew she was right. Competing with the colony was an exercise in futility, since they essentially had a limitless workforce that wasn't paid for. This was hardly the first time Enid had been tasked with hammering out the details of trade between the colony and the societies that lived around them, and it likely wouldn't be the last. So far, the wily old trader had proven to be more than a match for the greedy merchants who'd seen her as an easy mark, though having an army of thousands upon thousands of monsters backing her up didn't hurt any. When they arrived at the hospital that had been set aside for the non-insect members of the nest, Enid wasted no time in stepping forward to comfort the injured and sick. A kind word here, a held hand there. She lifted the spirits of her people with her mere presence, and seeing the gratitude on their faces, Terence couldn't help but feel his deep gratitude. A kind word here, a held hand there. She lifted the spirits of her people with her mere presence, and seeing the gratitude on their faces, Terence couldn't help but feel his deep gratitude to this old woman strengthen. She worked so hard for them when... by all rights, she should be retired and resting in a comfortable chair. There are quite a few with mana sickness, she fretted after she finished chatting with a soldier who lay infirm in his comfortable bed. He nodded. The assault on the third stratum hit quite a few harder than... The assault on the third stratum hit quite a few harder than... The assault on the third stratum hit quite a few harder than was anticipated. The assault on the third stratum hit quite a few harder than was Oh my god. The assault on the third stratum hit quite a few harder than was anticipated. We think the mana levels were still elevated since the end of the last wave, and the conditioning program wasn't enough to make up the difference. Every non-monster has been evacuated from that stratum for the time being until the colony is confident that those who wish to join them have sufficiently adapted.
They are pushing too hard.
Terence raised a brow. The colony?
No.
Enid snapped.
Our people. I have no doubt the council didn't even ask if people would participate in the assault. They would have just incorporated the ones that showed up. It takes time to adjust to the mana levels in the deeper layers. In some cases, a long time. Rushing is only going to get good people killed.
I feel some of our people want to follow the colony wherever they go, Terence observed softly. I feel some of our people want to follow the colony wherever they go. Like a child toddling after a parent. They don't want to be left behind.
They don't have to be left behind, but they have to be patient. The ants are monsters. They don't suffer from mana sickness, but we do. How many of our people have already become too adapted to the dungeon? How many can no longer walk on the surface without pain?
Hundreds, at least. It was something her husband had struggled through many times, the pain that came with delving deep and then rising back up. If not for her, he would have lived deeper in the dungeon and thus spared himself a great deal of suffering reacclimating to the low mana conditions of the surface whenever he finished a job. It was taxing and could have long-term effects. If he hadn't been as tough as mountain bones, then he likely would never have been able to do it.
Perhaps I should talk with the colony about establishing a program to help people acclimate to differing mana levels. Make it easier for those who want to return to the surface.
I actually had word through a contact that they've already started to work on that. They've created a few mana deprivation chambers close to the nest. They've peeled back the dungeon veins and opened the rooms for our use. I meant to tell you yesterday. Enid could only shake her head.
Damn ants. They spoil us too much. Chapter 14. Offense is best. While the hatchling sleeps through her Tier 4 evolution, the rest of us take a break to strategize a little with Granin and company before we rest. Sometimes it's easy to forget the others need a break a lot sooner than I do, at least whenever I'm within range of the colony. There's just something about never getting tired that seeps into your subconscious. Before too long you start thinking of fatigue as abnormal. While everyone else is getting some shut-eye, I keep my mind spinning, working hard on practicing new constructs and weaving spells. The grind train is on, and it don't stop for nobody. If the demons think I'm going to rest on my laurels, they've got another thing coming. Still, talking to Granin and the others provides a much more sober evaluation of where we sit in the power scales. Despite having reason... Despite having risen so far, there is so long to go.
That's the way of it in the dungeon.
The old shaper shrugs.
Until you get all the way to the middle, there's always going to be something stronger than you are. The only time you can really feel safe is when you're the highest tier in a particular stratum and there isn't a wave going on.
The way things have been lately, there'll be another wave before too long, I grump.
That's true. There haven't been 2 waves this close together in recorded history, and the ambient mana level is still elevated. Some of the more anxious members of the cult feared this might indicate the cataclysm would come again. I wasn't inclined to believe them then, but now I'm not so certain.
The cataclysm? You mean the rending?
Right. You'd probably describe it as not a good time, which sums it up. If we are indeed trending on that path, then the mana level will continue to rise higher and higher, building with wave after wave until the energy becomes so fierce that the ancients will rise from the center of the world and consume the surface once again.
That sounds bad. Aren't you supposed to worship these guys or something? Yet you think they're going to come up here and eat all of us? What the heck is the point of that? Wouldn't it make more sense to be actively working against the ancients rather than with them? Granin just shrugs whilst Tarina and Corrin stand to the side, equally unfussed.
First of all, we don't really worship the Great Worm. The ancients are close to gods in a lot of ways, beings capable of ripping the world apart if they so chose. But they are monsters. Our cult and the others around the world understand that the ancients follow their nature. Our cult and the others around the world understand that the ancients follow their nature. They seek growth, as all creatures in this world do. It's not like we can be mad at them. They seek growth, as all creatures in this world do. They seek growth, as all creatures in this world do. It's not like we can be mad at them for taking experience and biomass when they get the chance. If any Delver had the chance to stab an ancient through the brain while they slept, you think they wouldn't take it?
I guess not. Seems a little unsporting, though. Mind you, I would definitely do it if I had the chance. I'm a monster, so manners aren't expected. I'd likely get enough experience to go straight to tier 8 or something. Not to mention the biomass, or the core. Hang on a minute. If that actually happens, and they rise again, then won't all of us be killed? Like, the entire colony?
Maybe. Unless you can hide from them or fight them off, then yes, they would likely eat you. Or the flood of absurdly powerful monsters from the deeper strata would do the job.
I slump. The only answer is to keep getting stronger, right?
Right.
Granin grins. This isn't news to you, Anthony, Tarina tells me gently. If you wanted the colony to thrive, you're always going to have to keep growing. Oh, I get that. But I didn't realize there was an ancient-level threat on the horizon.
I wouldn't stress too much in the short term,
Corrin encourages me.
It's a big if that what Granin is suggesting will even... It's a big if that what Granin is suggesting will even happen. The cataclysm has only happened once, and nobody was living in the dungeon at that point, so nobody has any idea what the conditions that led to the rending even were.
Weren't the Sophos down here at the Weren't the Sophos down here at that time? The younger mage pulls a face.
Getting the Sophos to say anything is hard, let alone spill their secrets.
They've been more than welcoming to me.
Maybe because you're a monster.
He shrugs.
They might sympathize with a sapient reborn as a monster. If you find them again, maybe you can ask.
After chatting and discussing my magic progression with them, the Shapers retire to get some rest, and I check in with the colony leadership to make sure the plan is progressing as it should. Despite everything falling into place, I can't help but feel a little disturbed. The Ancients might rise. Demons I can deal with, if only barely. The Legion I was able to deal with, if only barely. Gigantic mega monsters rising from the depths. I'm not confident. I have to take everything Grannon says with a slight pinch of salt. He's a cultist himself, after all, and he's readily admitted that he wants me to rise to that level, become the 20th Ancient, for whatever reason. Come to think of it, why is it so important that there be 20 humongo monsters lurking in the centre of this world? Is it supposed to achieve something? Do the civilizations on Pangea just hate odd numbers? I've never actually managed to get the Triad to admit what they actually get out of making me reach the peak of monsterhood. I'm practicing spinning barriers while I wait for the evolution to complete, but I'm finding it more difficult to handle than I anticipated. My low skill level is obviously an issue, but more than that, I think I underestimated how difficult it is to form these things due to how easy NVIDIA makes it look. Grabbing hold of a that sounded weird. My low skill level is obviously an issue, but more than that, I think I underestimated how difficult it is to form these things due to how easy NVIDIA makes it look. Grabbing hold of mana in the air, pressing it down, then weaving and shaping it into a physical barrier takes time and a considerable amount of mental effort, especially since I'm working with mana that is external to my body. At the moment, dedicating 3 mind constructs to the process, they can form a barrier in around 5 seconds. That's clearly way too slow, but the skill is still only rank 2. I've been told over and over again that skills below rank 5 aren't really worth mentioning. More practice required. My experiments with force magic have continued apace, and I'm happy with how they're going. The bulk of my mind constructs are dedicated to this branch of magic, and I'm trying to rise through the levels as quickly as possible. I've raised it to the 2nd rank already, but I'll need proper combat practice to accelerate its growth faster. At the moment, the pushes, pulls, and other forces I can control aren't nearly strong enough to be useful. I mean, sending out a force bolt is like whacking someone in the face with an invisible rock, except I have a spell that throws a rock, and it's cheaper in energy, easier to cast, and is more effective. I may as well just throw a rock. More levels are needed for this magic to reveal its true potential. Keeping on. Let's see, what time is it? It is 11:05. Sorry, guys. It's taking a little tiny break. I've been having leg pain for the past week. And since I stand while I narrate, but weirdly enough, when I lay down, when I prop my leg up, sometimes it hurts worse. than if I'm just standing on it. Might be a joint issue, I don't know. My ankle, maybe. Hard to tell. Chapter 15. Hatchling hatches. Again. It didn't take much longer for the hatchling to complete her evolution. The jump from Tier 3 to 4 isn't nearly as large as those that follow. I imagine my next evolution is going to put me out of commission for days, perhaps as long as a week. That does make me wonder about the further evolutions. Will going from Tier 9 to 10 take a year? What about the ancients? If they evolve from where they are now, will they end up sleeping for 1,000 years or something? Absurd! When Nvidia notices that Brilliant has begun to stir in her system-induced slumber, he lets me know and spits the little ant out onto the surface. Her size hasn't increased that much, which means she's continued to invest in almost purely mental stats, pretty much as I expected her to. In fact, she's probably still smaller than Carvers, Mages, and Core Shapers at this tier, making her the smallest Tier 4 ant on... In fact, she's probably still smaller than Carvers, Mages, and Core Shapers at this tier, making her the smallest Tier 4 ant in the colony. I don't know what she spent her evolutionary energy on, but it sure as hell wasn't to beef up her physical form. When I'd initially created the different castes, I'd been sure to give at least a little boost to their might and toughness to make them a bit more durable. When I'd initially created the different castes, I'd been sure to give at least a little boost to their might and toughness to make them a bit more durable. Dying is not the desired outcome for any of us. It appears as though the hatchling hasn't put as much thought into that. She looks so flimsy I could probably break her carapace with one leg. If she's going to remain at this size, then she's going to be easy pickings for the kinds of opponents we face here in the third stratum. Surely she came up with a few alternative methods to protect her own life. Actually, considering the attitudes within the colony, that's far from a guarantee. After 10 minutes of gradual movement, Brilliant springs up to standing and greets us.
Ah, hello, Senior. I hope you weren't waiting long.
I can already tell that you'd hoped I wouldn't be waiting when you woke up so you could sneak away and explore on your own.
How?
You're as clear as glass to me, hatchling. How'd the evolution go? Managed to pick up something useful?
Definitely, I'm getting closer to being able to peel back all of the secrets of this world. Soon enough, nothing will be able to hide from me!
Really? What did you end up going with?
Take a look and see.
Wait a second. Did you just evil laugh? I'm the only one who's allowed to evil laugh.
It's not an evil laugh, it's an ominous chuckle, not even remotely the same.
Fair enough. Activating core shaping with one antenna pressed slightly against the hatchling's head, I take a peek at her status.
Name, Brilliant. Level 1. Special. Rank 4. Might, 40. Toughness, 40. Cunning, 80. Will, 65. HP, 80 out of 80. MP, 0 out of 140. Skills. Advanced Digging. Rank 2, Level 8. Improved Acid Shot. Rank 2, Level 2. Expert Grip. Rank 3, Level 7. Crushing Bite. Level 2, Rank 2, Level 5. Rapid Dash. Rank 2, Level 7. Exoskeleton Defense. Rank 1, Level 2. Advanced Stamina. Advanced Stamina. Rank 2, Level 7. Mana Molding. Rank 4, Level 12. Finer External Mana Manipulation. Rank 4, Level 2.
I don't know if I'm getting enough potassium. It's possible. It's possible not.
Mutations. Energy reactive exoskeleton, plus 15. Vampiric mandibles, plus 15. Potent gripping legs, plus 15. Mana weave eyes, plus 15. Mana discerning antennae, plus 15. Melting acid gland, plus 15. Gluttonous stomach, plus 15. Diverse pheromone language gland, plus 15. Heightened mana core lattice, plus 15. Penetrating dungeon oracle, plus 15. Dimensional eye. Energy stone species, Omniseer, Formica. Skill points, 15. Biomass, 24.
The heck is this? Did you spend all of your energy on sensory organs? The dimensional eye and energy... The dimensional eye and energy stone? I did! I also increased my mental stats. The things I can see right now are incredible. My sensitivity to mana is unbelievable. For an ant that always wanted to see everything for herself, I shouldn't be too surprised she decided to go in this direction. She'll never be content until she's ferreted out every piece of information, every hidden secret for herself. Not satisfied with her current level of sensory information, despite having access to some level of... Not satisfied with her current level of sensory information, despite having access to some level of information from the dungeon itself, she's broadened her options. The dimensional eye in particular is a rather potent organ and likely the main benefit of her current species. Combined with the energy stone, she is now able to detect fluctuations of energy across dimensional boundaries. Nothing will remain hidden from her sight. In fact, I can sense energy flowing towards you, Senior, and it's coming from me.
What?
Don't worry about that, I cut her off. As long as you are happy with your choices, I'm satisfied. I can see you've been diligently practicing the foundational skills of magic as well. Great work. Despite only having the one brain, Brilliant has shown incredible growth with her handling of internal and external mana. This further confirms my suspicion that she has a powerful natural predilection for these skills. You'll need to start working on an element skill before too long in order to work your way up the tiers, I instruct her. Try a few different choices and see which ones you like. I wouldn't stress too much about which ones you pick. Play with all if... I wouldn't stress too much about which ones you pick. Play with all. I wouldn't stress too much about which ones you pick. Play with all if you want, but be wary of how you spend your skill points. I take a few minutes to instruct her on the upgrades and fusions available at the entry level of magic before bringing everyone else into the conversation. All right then, with Brilliant finished with her evolution, it's time to move to the next phase. Are you ready to go on the offensive? Tiny nods and flexes eagerly. Good! Time to head over to Orpule and see what the next addition to the colony's territory is going to look like. I'm no good sitting around here on my backside. The colony is more than capable of fortifying and defending the city without me. Vibrant should already be out there causing chaos, and it's time for me to make my approach as well. Our main strategy has never been to sit back and wait for the enemy to come to us, since the rules of demon combat allow us to attack. Since the rules of demon combat allow us to attack during this time window, we shall. Of course, we can't assault the city itself until the set date, but we can do a lot of other things. When they see what we have planned, the demons of Orpule won't dare put a toe out of their homes. After declaring as much to my pets and the hatchling, we zoom off. The colony has already been kind enough to establish a lift from the city to the ground, mainly to shift materials in and out of the city without having to climb the pillar holding them in a pair of mandibles. The colony has already been kind enough to establish a lift from the city to the ground, mainly to shift materials in and out of the city without having to climb the pillar holding them in a pair of mandibles, but it serves equally well in order to send a group of heavy monsters down. And I do mean heavy, since Sarah is joining us on this outing. With myself, the massive bear, and Tiny standing on the platform, we are surely putting the thing through its paces. It does creak rather worryingly, but we make it to the bottom just fine in the end. Let's go, everyone! Time to cause some ruckus! I love it when I get permission for this. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Movement. The shadow falls like clouds, like rain. Creeping dread begins to stain. Shudder the heart, freeze the brain. Ring out the laughter again and again. Call of your lover, daughter, son, sinks into your ears, your will undone. Forward you step, your soul is wrung, cannot resist, gone has come. Who can defy that fateful call? Who can escape the shadow's pole? Forward you go, needless to stall, into the depths to meet the fall. Lament the brave and pity the meek. None can flee the song of the freak. Rinodin, Children's Rhyme. There was a time that Titus had thought his daughter would never return to the Legion, that the untimely death of his son had robbed him of both his children. Now that he'd been reunited with Melia and she had integrated into the Legionum Abyssi. Now that he'd been reunited with Melia and she had integrated into the Legionum Abyssi, a part of him that had been... Now that he'd been reunited with Melia and she had integrated into the Legionum Abyssi... Fucking hell. Now that he'd been reunited with Melia and she had integrated into the Legionum Abyssi, a part of him that had long been dead was once again full of life. Not that anyone could tell, looking at his face, of course. To the world at large he appeared as stone-faced and duty-bound as always. Ever since Melia had been selected for accelerated development, his pride had almost been... Ever since Melia had been selected for accelerated development, his pride had almost been ready to burst out of his chest. It would seem odd to most people, but watching her... It would seem odd to most people, but watching her earnestly work herself to the bone in order to achieve her It would seem odd to most people, but watching her earnestly work herself to the bone in order to achieve her ambitions filled him with powerful emotions. He dearly wished his son had survived his initiation so he could have seen both of his children rise to the challenge presented to them. With a slow release of breath, he pushed out the grief that rose within him as his thoughts dwelt on what had been lost. It had grown easier to bear over the years, but only a little. His acute awareness of how fleeting joy could be only made... His acute awareness of how fleeting joy could be only made his current appreciation for his daughter all... His acute awareness of how fleeting joy could be only made his current appreciation for his daughter all the more potent. His acute awareness of how fleeting joy could be only made his current appreciation for his daughter all the more potent. With a wrench of will, Titus dragged his mind away from Melia and back to the numerous papers scattered across his desk. Administrative work was the backbone of the Legion, and though he would rather charge into a horde of demons without armor on, the commander would do his duty and defeat the enemy that rested on the flat. Administrative work was the backbone of the Legion, and though he would rather charge into a horde of demons without armor on, the commander would do his duty and defeat the enemy that rested on the flat surface before him. Once more focused on his task, Titus took hold of his pen, dipped it in the waiting ink, and returned to battle. Resupplying his new legion after the members had been recalled from their postings during the wave was a monumental task. Thousands of soldiers and thousands more auxiliaries needed to be accounted for, equipped, fed, billeted, and kept happy. Promotions, training, skill development, class upgrades meant... Damn it. Hate that shit. Promotions, training, skill development, class upgrades, managing morale... No. Promotions, training, skill development, class upgrades, managing morale, all of it demanded the careful attention of the commander in charge, and Titus knew just how important each of these were to the successful running of a military force. This was the sort of discipline the Legion drummed into their officers. It was also something Melia would need to learn. Damn it! Titus crashed his fist down on the table as his thoughts strayed once more.
Something wrong, Commander?
Aurelia burst through the door, his old comrade looking around the room as if expecting to see a lurking monster. The commander didn't lose his temper. He just didn't. For him to yell like that, something must be seriously wrong. The commander didn't lose his temper. He just didn't. For him to yell like that, something must be seriously wrong. As she glanced back to the face of her old friend and superior, she froze when she saw the hard lines of his expression. Though he always looked carved from granite, right now the commander appeared as if he was forged from abyssal iron. Knowing him for as long as she had, Aurelia could tell he was furious.
"What's wrong, Titus?"
she demanded, using his name in a breach of protocol.
"Is something bothering you?"
Unlike most officers of his legion, she was prepared to face his wrath if the moment demanded it. After a long moment where he took hold of his temper, Titus breathed out his tension, his expression softening imperceptibly as he did so.
Nothing is the matter. I'm just irritated and finding it difficult to concentrate,
he admitted as he waved a hand toward the piles of forms and applications in front of him.
"Thinking about your daughter out working hard in the dungeon?"
She grinned.
"I know how proud you must be."
Titus frowned.
Of course I'm proud, but that doesn't mean I want to hear gossiping amongst the ranks.
"Gossiping? About little Melia, who we trained when she was a young lass? Why would we?"
The old tribune innocently spread her hands. Titus snorted.
"I have to admit to you, Titus, a few of us are concerned about the pace she is setting. Overwork is a real issue, and she is clearly pushing up against the boundary."
Aurelia grew serious as she laid out her concerns.
"We've seen her stumbling into camp once every few days, covered in ichor and half dead on her feet. She spends so much time in the field, they are rotating 3 squads to accompany her. She's doing 3 times the work of a normal legionary. You can't be all right with this."
Titus didn't blink.
What did she say?
"That it was her decision and the rest of us should leave off." the Tribune grunted. There it is.
You can't be serious, Titus. This is your daughter we're talking about. Don't tell me that you aren't concerned.
He was concerned, but that didn't mean he got to overrule Morelia's choices. Or the Legion's. You never went through the advanced officer's training, Aurelia, he told her, looking her straight in the eye. You don't know what it takes to succeed at that level. If she worked any less, she wouldn't have a chance of making it through.
This much is insane. She could die.
It's her decision, Titus stated. His tone hard as steel. I will support her choices. She understands the risks and is willing to shoulder them. I will hear no more of this matter. The tone of his voice brooked no discussion, and his loyal Tribune knew when she could push no further. Aurelia was far from happy with how hard Morelia was being pushed, but she swallowed her objections for now. Seeing his officer no longer intended to question him about it, he moved the conversation to other topics. Wait, his? Oh, he, okay. Seeing the scouting reports on the progress of the ant colony come back. Has the scouting reports on the progress of the ant colony come back?
Yes.
She forced her mind to move on to the business at hand.
Our sources in the third stratum have made contact with the church. Apparently, a demon city fell to an invasion of ants from above only recently.
Which city?
Rocklu.
Titus frowned. I'm not aware of that one.
It's a relatively minor city directly beneath where we fought the ants.
So, they dropped straight down into the vacuum. Is the territory around there contested?
It is. There are various powers at work in the area, including the Karmodo. There are various powers at work in the area, including the Karmodo. We expect to hear more feedback in the coming weeks as the ants seek to expand their influence.
The commander leaned back in his chair and pondered for a moment. We spooked them.
That is what our strategists believe also,
Aurelia confirmed.
The ants are seeking to aggressively expand in order to stave off further extermination forces. The intervention of other actors has also complicated the scene.
The tree and the folk. Neither of them friends of the Legion. We may have to wait until the ants manage to pull another enemy. Down on themselves. The Legion doesn't have the manpower right now to stamp out these insects now that they've spread. There are fires all over the place that need putting down, especially down below.
I'll keep you informed, sir.
Be right back. Potassium foam slippers. Memory foam slippers. Got it. Trash truck out there collecting trash. It's just noisy. take a little break, and do a little ad read. By the way, guys, don't forget LitRPG Con is coming in less than 3 weeks, I think. What do we have? July. Yeah, less than 3 weeks, like 2 weeks and 4 days from now or something. So go to litrpgcon.com and check it out. Tickets are only about $100. This is July 18th through the 20th. It's in Denver, Colorado at the Grand Hyatt Hotel. And this is the very first convention purely dedicated to the genre of LitRPG. And we have a giant list of creators that are going to be there to hang out with each other, to hang out with you. And there's going to be a bunch of people already, probably more than 750 people now have bought tickets. So there's going to be tons of new friends for you to make in the LitRPG community for you to meet as well. We're going to be playing board games. We're going to be playing RPGs. We're going to be playing VR laser tag, which I can't wait to try out. That's going to be Saturday. And we're going to have live entertainment at night. So don't delay. Go to litrpgcon.com. Look at all the amazing people that will be there. And figure out for yourself if you can make it. $100 is all it takes. So if you're already in the Midwest, if you're already especially if you're already in Colorado, this is a no-brainer, guys. You should come out and hang with us. The very first LitRPG convention. Me, Matt Denneman, James Hunter, Dakota Kraut, Aileron Kong, Michael Chatfield, Gary Furlong, everybody from the Soundbooth Theater crew, Justin Thomas James, Annie Ellicott, Andrea Parsnow, Travis Baldry is going to be there. Rhino Z, the author of this book that I'm narrating right now. Who else do we have? I don't know if Tavaga's coming or not. Maybe not. But we also have Jonathan McLean. Guys, just pretty much every LitRPG name you can think of is gonna be there. So check it out for sure. LitRPGcon.com, $100 for tickets. Find a hotel near our hotel. The hotel rooms are already sold out at the particular hotel we're hosting it at, but there's plenty of places to stay right around there. Ahmed will be there. It'd be easier to name people from Soundbooth Theater who are not going to be there than people who will, because pretty much everyone's coming. All right, sounds like they're done out there. Let me finish up this stupid energy drink. Need to be wired. All right, I'm going to do a 4-hour stream today. I'm going to at least finish this set. That's for sure. Chapter 17. Ambition. When Melia awoke, her entire body was screaming in pain. This extent of muscle soreness wasn't something she'd experienced many times in her life, even in the worst of her training sessions as a trainee legionary. She gritted her teeth and forced her protesting limbs to yield to her will, shoving the pain deep into her chest and feeding it to the fire that constantly burned there. She'd known that hell awaited her if she chose this direction, and she wasn't going to shy away from it now that she felt the sting of her She'd known that hell awaited her. She'd known that hell awaited her if she chose this direction, and she wasn't going to shy away from it now that she felt... She'd known that hell awaited her if She'd known that hell awaited her if she chose this direction, and she wasn't going to shy away from it now that she felt the sting of her decisions. A splash of cold water followed by a vigorous scrubbing ensured no grime, blood, or ichor remained on her skin before she launched into an hour-long session of stretches and exercises designed. A splash of cold water, followed by a vigorous scrubbing, ensured no grime, blood, or ichor remained on her skin before she launched into an hour-long session of stretches and exercises designed to prepare her for the next excursion into the third stratum.
It was agonizing, and she whimpered in pain more than once, but she gritted her teeth and followed through to the end. Another splash of cold water to wipe away the sweat, and then she donned her leather armor. Breakfast had been delivered to her tent, and she scarfed it down quickly, her body desperate for energy and sustenance. The baptism the Legion had put her through meant she didn't need to eat as much as a regular person, the mana burning her veins. The baptism the Legion had put her through meant she didn't need to eat as much as a regular person. The baptism the Legion had put her through meant she didn't need to eat as much as a regular person. The mana burning in her veins made sure of that. But the brutal regime she put her... The baptism the Legion had put her through meant she didn't need to eat as much as a regular person. The mana burning... Oh my god. The baptism the Legion had put her through meant she didn't need to eat as much as a regular person. The mana burning in her veins made sure of that. But the brutal regime she was putting herself through meant her muscles craved calories and proteins. When Melia finally emerged from her tent, she already radiated the intense focus one would expect from a warrior in the field. She managed only a few strides before a familiar face settled in beside her.
Mirren, she greeted her friend without breaking stride. Haven't seen you for a little while. How've you been?
Busy, the younger woman laughed.
Busy.
The younger woman laughed. The younger woman laughed as she lengthened her stride to match that of the berserker.
Since reforming, your father has had the entire Legion put through its paces. The drills are endless.
That's the wrong bit.
Nothing wrong with sharpening the blade before battle? I just got back from battling the wave. I'm plenty sharp. Where were you stationed?
Melia took in her friend, curious to see what had changed. Though she'd completed her initiation before Melia had, Mirren was younger by several years. Being introduced to full membership had forced her to rapidly grow up, however. There had been a hardening in the carefree young girl she remembered signing up to be a trainee back in Lyria. It was the same transformation that hit all of them in time. The soft edges buffed out to be replaced by sterner stuff. Battling the dungeon wasn't an occupation for the meek. Only the strongest could survive.
I was in the second stratum, close to Yeren.
Mirren pulled a face.
I've seen enough of shadow beasts to last several lifetimes. I hear that.
Melia chuckled. The two of them continued to stride through the camp at a brisk pace, saluting any superiors they came across, but not bothering to stop. Their relentless pace puzzled the ranger until she was forced to ask,
What's the Rushmore? I hear they have you on some rough schedule, but you only got back yesterday, and it's time to get back at it,
she said, her face hard. Mirren's mouth dropped.
You can't be serious. I've been told thousands of times how dangerous it is to be overexposed to the dungeon. You need to take a break.
Melia didn't pause in her stride. There hadn't been any breaks for weeks. and she wasn't about to start now.
This is my decision. I need to push if I'm going to succeed in my goals, and that means killing monsters and polishing my skills. I don't have the luxury of holding back. I need to make up for lost time.
The other elites within the Legion didn't walk away from service like she had. They'd been battling ever since they'd passed their initiation alongside their brothers and sisters. If she wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, if she wanted to rise above them, then Melia had no choice but to run herself ragged, despite the risks.
I don't understand what's going on here, Mo.
Mirren grabbed hold of a friend's arm and dug in her heels, succeeding in stopping the other woman.
Talk to me.
A flash of irritation flickered through the berserker's mind before she suppressed it. She sighed and gestured for the two of them to sit down in a quiet area of the camp.
I'm not trying to brush you off, but I really do have a patrol I need to meet up with soon, so I'm going to be quick. I've been put forward to participate in a training program for officers and Deep Dungeon Legionum Abyssi. During the wave, I was basically part of an accelerated development program where they had me fighting pretty much around the clock.
And you still are, Mirren pointed out.
I still am. That's largely because of the path I chose to pursue. During my last class promotion, my father laid out several different ways I could progress. Heavy armor, berserker, or try to develop leadership skills to complement what I already have. And what did you pick?
All of them. Melia grinned. Her friend stared back at her for a long moment before she started laughing and shook her head.
That's just like you, Mo. Your appetite is bigger than your stomach.
Crap.
Can you blame me? If you had a chance at wearing Praetorian armor, you wouldn't take it. Why not just choose to follow the heavy armor route? I didn't want to leave my berserker class in the dust. It's been with me my whole life. It's a part of who I am. All right then, so why bother trying to incorporate leadership skills?
Mirren said, exasperated.
Aren't you just making things difficult for the heck of it?
Melia rolled her eyes.
I'm not exactly enjoying this schedule. I'm in pain, constantly, tired, constantly, on edge, constantly. It's rough. But I decided it wasn't enough to just be a killer for the Legion. I wanted to be leader for the Legion. I want to have a say in when and where I fight. I want to know that I'm picking the right battles.
With so many opponents to face, she didn't want to see the Legion wasting lives throwing themselves against the colony anymore. It would be a long time before she was qualified to make decisions like that, but she didn't want to accept never having that authority. Their enemies were too great for them to be wasting energy.
From what you're saying, you've basically picked the most difficult path you could possibly have picked. That's right. Melia sighed as she pushed herself up from her seated position. Obviously, not the smartest decision I could have made, but it was the only one I felt I could be happy with. The reason I'm going on so many patrols is to quickly level through my leadership class and polish the accompanying skills as fast as possible. This way, I'll be ready to transition to something that can combine all of my strengths. At the very least, I'll be qualified to learn all that they have to teach me. She reached down and helped pull the younger legionary to her feet before they once more resumed their march to the armory. Melia needed to get her abyssal armor on before she could head back out into the dungeon, and she'd intended to use what little time she had left to give it a thorough inspection. If Mirren helped, they could look over the suit and she'd only be a few minutes late. Going out into the field without making sure of your equipment was a cardinal sin within the Legion. However, as the two young women made their way to the imposing and well-defended building in the heart of the camp, they found a small delegation waiting there. Without any discussion, a uniformed centurion stepped forward and addressed them.
Is one of your legionary Melia Veronicus?
That's me, she saluted, her fist crashing into her heart.
The officer nodded. Your deployment has changed. Pack your gear and meet us here in an hour.
Yes, sir!
Melia saluted again, and then turned on her heel, running back toward her tent as fast as she could. Mirren watched it happen with a dazed expression before she turned back to the centurion.
Where is she going? If you don't mind me asking, sir.
The armoured man flicked a glance at her, and she couldn't help but feel as if her entire service record had been summed up by this person in that moment. She's going deeper. That's all you need to know, legionary.
And next chapter. Back to Anthony. Chapter 18. Running rings about the place. Have you seriously been running this entire time? Yep. I don't feel right unless my legs are moving. You feel the same, yeah? You have to move. Standing still is like dying. I can't stand it, but being still is just... Enough! No matter how fast you talk, I don't have time to sit around and get chatted to death. I shake my head slowly. Vibrant has been evolving into more and more of a speed demon to the point where it's getting hard to interact with her in a normal way. When every inch of her has been mutated with speed in mind, including her brain, it's only to be expected, I suppose. It just goes to show how extreme a monster can get if they allow one aspect or concept to completely take over their evolutionary path. I have no idea how fast she'll get before she's done, but I imagine it's going to be pretty damn fast. If she keeps going like this, all the way to tier 8 or something, I doubt most monsters would even be able to see her, especially since her dash skill reached rank 6. So, you've done your job then? No reinforcements have reached the city, none have left? That's right, I've been sure to check that no demons have been able to climb up the pillar and none have climbed down, no prob. What about those flying disc things? Have any of those left? Any of them arrived? Oh, sure, heaps, but there's nothing I can do about those, right? No, there isn't. You were supposed to keep track of where they went and where they came from, though. Whoops, I forgot about that. Vibrant? If you don't mind me breaking in, Eldest, I have kept track of the information that you were asking about.
If you don't mind me breaking in, Eldest, I have kept track of the information that you were asking about, a nearby general spoke up. Yay! Thanks, Amelia. I knew I could count on you to keep track of this stuff. I don't have the patience all the time. Ha! Isn't that hilarious? You'd think I have... Ha! Isn't that hilarious? You'd think I have more time than anyone due to being so fast... Oh. Sorry. This is Annie. Yay! Thanks, Amelia. I knew I could count on you to keep track of this stuff. I don't have the patience all the time. Ha! Isn't that hilarious? You'd think I'd have more time than anyone due to being so fast, but I'm always thinking about going fast or running, which means I guess I'm always going fast, either in my brain or with my legs, or both, I suppose. I'm just not thinking about anything that's all that important. Ha! Hey, Crine! The dazzling rush of machine gun pheromones from Vibrant finally subsides when Chrysalis extends a few tentacles to start tickling and poking the big soldier, and the two are rapidly caught up in a game of tag, with Vibrant vanishing from my sight as she dashes from place to place as Chrysalis pops tentacles up through the shadows created by the ever-present demon larvae. So, you've been tracking the comings and goings? I ask the General, Amelia. That's right, Eldest. I have all of our observations recorded on a scent tablet as well. Good work, General. Any particular point of interest? Any one location where more discs have gone than others? I think so. She waves her antennae a little to show uncertainty. The traffic seems rather spread out, and we aren't sure if Orpule is dispersing forces that will converge on our city closer to the date, or if they're gathering allies. They could just be hunting, I suggest, squeezing out some extra skill levels before the... Squeezing out some extra skill levels before the conflict. This is also true. All right then, show me what you've recorded, and I'll have a quick think. She gestures to a nearby soldier who is carrying packs slung over her back, one of which contains the tablet. After drawing it out, I flick my antennae across the surface rapidly. There's been quite a bit of movement from the city. Looks like they aren't willing to sit back and wait for us, which is fine. The more forces they send out of the city, the more of them we can hunt down before time runs out. Battling in the field is perfectly acceptable according to their tradition, so there's no foul. Gwe-he-he-he. They've sent groups out on discs. Gwe-he-he-he-he. They've sent groups out on discs in pretty much every direction, though slightly more to the west. It's possible they have a staging ground of some kind out that way, or perhaps the best hunting grounds are found over there. Okay then, we have a destination. I'm going to head west. Keep up the good work, General. Come on, Chrysalis. Come on, Chrysalis, time to go. Yes, Master. I'll make sure you get... I'll make sure you get time to play with Vibrant after this assault on Orpule is done. I know you two haven't gotten to see each other much. Thank you, Master. The two of them are friends from way back. I can still remember Mini Chrysalis and Hatchling Vibrant kissing up to hijinks. It's a shame they don't get to hang out more. In fact, this is one of the few times that Chrysalis has shown a willingness to do something other than what I've told her to do, which I definitely need to encourage. Tiny is a bit more likely to act independent, but when he does, it's only to fight, eat, or sleep, which I don't feel like I need to encourage at all. Time to hit the road, gang!
There are no roads here.
Al points out. It's an expression. I just mean it's time for us to run.
I will not be running. I have no legs.
I know that. Let's just get going. Getting our legs moving, or wings, or however the heck owl moves, we rush onward in our chosen direction, leaving Orpule far behind. The vast plains of Leng open up, with the endless carpet of demons rolling out before us. You have any idea what they might be looking for out this way, Owl? I asked the flaming eye.
I cannot be sure. My knowledge of the area around Orpule is lacking.
And that's bugging him, I can tell. Well, maybe you'll learn something on this trip. As we run, we make sure we annihilate any tier 4 or above. As we run, we make sure we annihilate any tier 4 or above demon we come across, falling upon the hapless monsters with ruthless aggression, absorbing the experience and consuming the biomass. Despite being lower tier than me, it's clear that demons provide more biomass than prey from the second stratum did. Despite being lower tier than me, it's clear that demons provide more biomass than prey from the second stratum did. Thanks to my stomach mutations, I get a reasonable income from just picking on tier 4s. Quite the side benefit. As we travel, the remarkable terrain of the third stratum continues to roll by. As we travel, the remarkable terrain of the third stratum continues to roll by. It's not as if the plains are completely flat, don't let me give that impression. There are huge pillars and mounds of stone. That's a typo. That thrust upward. It's not as if the plains are completely flat, don't let me give that impression. There are huge pillars and mounds of stone that thrust upward a mighty way without ever coming close to touching the ceiling. These too are covered in demons, and the constantly shifting surface almost makes them seem alive. After a solid hour of travel, we find ourselves poised in front of another cleft in the ground, one that emits heat like a boiling cauldron. Not another demon crack! I bet they've gone down that. I bet they've gone down there again, haven't they? Creeping around in the tunnels filled with powerful demons and ghosts. Gah!
You've been down one of these before?
Let's see here. I need to make a correction here. The nameless one.
Sorry, guys. Just trying to get the script. Yeah, I'm just correcting a typo. There we go. All right. Where is it? Here it is. Sarah asks as she eyes the opening in the ground with a wary eye.
And did you say ghosts? They are not ghosts.
Owl huffs.
They are ghasts, the lingering obsession of demons that has fused with ambient matter.
That's a ghost.
That's a ghost.
Sarah and I say at the same time. I sigh. Well, Sarah, we're going to be putting your enchanted cooling system to the test. Things get a little spicy down there, and by spicy, I mean boiling hot. The giant bear droops.
Probably beats all this running. I'm not built for endurance. Let's just get to it.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. Hey guys. Come here, Riley. I'm gonna exploit Riley for social media. Doggy! Say something, Riley. Say something. Let them all know what your life is like. Brilliant. Okay. He needs to go outside. He needs to go for a potty, so I'll be right back once again. All right. Back at it. All right, got about another hour. I don't know. Maybe I'll do an hour and a half. See what I can get done. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. There's a bear in there. Grrr! Growl! With another stone-shattering roar, Sarah brings the full weight of her body behind us. With another stone-shattering roar, Sarah begins to...
With another stone-shattering roar, Sarah brings the full weight of her body behind a vicious slash of her right forepaw, rending the sorry Ghast that had risen in front of her to pieces. Far from her valiant and intimidating voice, her thoughts are rather less impressive.
Ah! I hate these damn things.
I can totally sympathise. Excuse me. It's the way they float, right? Sends shivers down my spine.
And the look in their eyes, it's so freaky.
She's not wrong. Let me go ahead and... make sure my finger's off. The Ghasts are beyond even regular demons when it comes to their obsession. Normally the obsessions drive the behavior of the denizens of the third stratum, but for the Ghasts there is literally nothing else. Each is a maddened ball of living energy that contains a single thought, which makes them a little manic. Good experience, though, I note, even if they don't leave behind any biomass. It's an interesting dichotomy, the relatively rich reward in XP as opposed to the total lack of food they leave behind. Since their bodies consist entirely of mana, it's not like there is anything that could be eaten anyway. Which leads me down an interesting line of thought. I mean, isn't my body made of mana? And every other monster, for that matter? Born from the dungeon, it's not like we were created from anything else. You could make an argument that I came from the Queen, who had to sacrifice biomass to create my egg. But then I could just turn around and say, where did the Queen come from then? She came from mana. I suppose the dungeon must create the biomass that makes up our bodies out of mana, meaning they are two distinct substances. I wonder if it's possible to learn that. Is it possible to learn a mana specialty that will transform the pure energy of the dungeon directly into biomass? That would be pretty nuts if you could do it. You'd be able to create monsters at will. Maybe the reverse is also possible, turning biomass into mana. If that's possible at all, I'm sure it's some high-tier nonsense, nothing I could touch at my current level. I need to keep my mind occupied with the types of magic that are accessible, namely force magic. As we make our way through the tunnels, I rely on this branch of spell exclusively, which limits my input to the fighting, but sure as heck contributes to leveling it faster. I've already managed to raise it to rank 3, which is helping to unleash a tiny portion of the mana type's potential. I've already managed to raise it to rank 3, which is helping to unleash a tiny portion of the mana type's potential. Force Bolt! This basic spell snaps out a ball of pure kinetic energy. When it hits something, they react much the same as they've been punched. As if they'd been punched. The more mana I pack into it, the harder they get punched. Against the stronger demons, it's basically a tickle they shrug off at this point, but that certainly isn't all the tricks I've developed with this mana type. The Force Spear is an interesting one. The pure lance of kinetic energy acts much like a regular spear would, except it's totally invisible. Fuck! Nope. The Force Spear is an interesting one. The pure lance of... The Force Spear is an interesting one. The pure lance... The Force Spear is an interesting one. The pure lance of kinetic energy acts much like a regular spear would, except it's totally invisible and formed entirely out of energy. Not sharp enough to cut through a demon, yet the spell is still useful for slipping damage through narrow windows. Anyone not carefully watching the mana around them could find themselves stabbed awfully fast. The Force domain isn't too amazing, similar to the Wind domain in a way, but whereas the Wind domain rather predictably creates a rotating sphere of wind, the Force domain is invisible and exerts a push, forcing opponents away from me. Useful to keep distance between me and the other monsters, but at the level of its current strength, it'll only really be able to force out much weaker monsters. Something like Grokis would barely notice it at all. Applying force mana to my mandibles is another thing entirely. The mana has no obvious or flashy effect, but it does allow my jaws to close with even greater force than before, the added kinetic energy really slamming my mandibles together with an amazing clack. Anything caught in between is going to be in for a bad day, especially if I activate Doom Tromp at the same time. As I continue to grind my skills and play with different abilities, the group descends farther into the tunnels, trying to sniff out traces of the demons who left Orpule. Despite our best efforts, it's actually the hatchling who manages to get a sniff of their trail first.
I think I have something,
she announces after we finished off a quick fight against some Tier 4 demons.
Oh?
What have you picked up?
My dungeon oracle is picking up some strange whispers. Give me a minute.
How does that thing even work? Does Gandalf talk to you or something?
Stop stinking the place up, I'm trying to think.
How rude.
Some Tier 6 demons came through this place. They were headed that way.
How many?
I can't be sure. More than 5.
We need to be careful. If we assume that in our previous encounters with demons they were taking us lightly, as Owl suggested, then we can't act as if every fight against a group of Tier 6s is going to end up as an easy stomp. If they take us seriously, then things should be much more difficult than before. Tier 6s are capable of all sorts of shenanigans after all. I should know. This is why we brought Sarah along. Also, so she gets some experience fighting against third stratum opponents. So, how does the Dungeon Oracle work anyway? Brilliant hesitates.
It's a little hard to explain. It's kind of like a whisper straight into my mind. I hear little snippets of information, or I sense things that might have happened in the past. Usually all of it's pertaining to monsters who have spawned or moved through the area, or about the flow and movement of mana. Strange, I muse. So you get a little window into the past, but only in the realm of information that the dungeon itself can provide? In a way, I don't fully understand it yet myself.
All right. We'll proceed as if your information is correct. Keep your ear to the ground, but don't get too far... Ear to the ground, but don't get too far forward. You're still eminently squishable to monsters around here, so don't do anything stupid. Gotta replace this one.
In a way, I don't fully understand it yet myself.
We advance carefully, following the directions of Brilliant, and on the way, I try to inform Sarah on what we're in for. So, just to be aware, demons are freaking crazy.
Anthony, I've been alive in the dungeon longer than you have. A lot longer. I'm sure it's going to be fine.
I know. You're the senior in terms of experience in this world, even if she spent a lot of her life in captivity. Just be aware that the demons are a little more out there than the shadow beasts. Tier 6 demons are sentient, remember? It's a different sort of battle. The big bear stumbles for a moment before she recovers her footing.
I almost forgot about that, she says.
They are intelligent, aren't they? I mean, I'm not sure I'd say intelligent, but they can think for... but they can think for themselves. Chapter 20. Tango with Orpule. I hear something outside. Book 6 recording is done on my side. Annie is still recording Book 6. What's up, Clumpy Charms? They're not Aussie accents. If they're Aussie accents, I'm doing it wrong. As we move through the narrow and boiling hot tunnels, we start to see evidence of the demon's passage in the form of littered biomass and visible signs of damage on the walls. Claw marks, deep gouges in the stone, and even scorches along the floor. Not an easy feat in this lava-filled place. Whoever we're tracking must be packing some heat, in the literal sense. Tiny! Try to keep it down!
Huh?
Shh! You damn ape! We're trying to be sneaky right now!
Oh.
Ah.
Oh.
Despite having the stealth abilities of a Mack truck that's been loaded onto a train, Tiny does seem to understand my point and stops randomly punching the walls whenever he gets bored. Having inspected his core, I know he followed my instructions and ensured the Having inspected his core, I know he followed my instructions and ensured he remained at the level of cunning I insisted he not fall below, but I swear to Gandalf he acts even dumber than when he can get away with... Crap. Having inspected his core, I know he followed my instructions and ensured the Having inspected his core, I know he followed my instructions and ensured he remained at the level of cunning I insisted he not fall below, but I swear to Gandalf he acts even dumber than that when he can get away with it. It's as if he would rather be stupid, so he just shuts off enough brain to achieve the desired level of dumb. It's as if he would rather be stupid, so he just shuts off enough brain to achieve the desired level of dumb. Next evolution, I'm going to insist he set his cunning to 50. He can discuss philosophy instead of punching walls all the time. Ha! Down this branch. I don't think we're that far behind them, Brilliant tells us. Great work. Keep your head down for the next bit. I don't want you getting caught up in the fighting. Brilliant says we aren't far behind them now, so we should be ready to fight at any moment. Anyone in particular want to go in first? Tiny's hand shoots up. Anyone else? Despite wearing armour, I still don't want Tiny to throw himself in the lines of... Despite wearing armour, I still don't want Tiny to throw himself in the line of fire. He's not a tank, and he never will be. The only real candidates for going in first are me or...
I don't mind, Sarah says. I guess there's no better way to get used to fighting demons than to throw myself into it, right?
Well said, Sarah. Well said, Sarah. Not to worry, we'll all be here to back you up. You aren't going in alone.
Thanks.
Tiny and I will make up the second wave, with Invidia and Chrysalis running support. Al, you hang back and keep an eye on the hatchling. We'll reserve you for our trump card in case the fight goes bad.
I will watch the little one.
I have a thought. When I say watch the hatchling, I also want you to make sure she doesn't get hurt. It's more than just looking at her.
I see.
After some more creeping, we finally get a bead on the target. The first sense to trip is actually my antennae. The monsters don't necessarily emit that much gravity, but even those tiny fields are... The monsters don't necessarily emit that much gravity, but even those tiny fields are enough to set my senses a-tingling. I can feel them. 200 meters, maybe less. Keep an eye out, Chrysalis.
I will.
A few minutes later. I see them! 7 demons! Some of them are quite...
I see them. 7 demons. Some of them are quite strong,
Chrysalis says. All right, we should be able to handle that many. Invidia and Owl, help me suppress our mana signatures. We should be able to sneak up on them, at least a little closer. Dampening mana and preventing it from being seen at a distance is a highly technical and difficult process. My own skills in this department aren't great, and Invidia's are only a little better despite his greater brain power. Owl, on the other hand, is a freaking expert. The guy spends most of his life floating about, completely undetectable to everyone around him. If I hadn't repeatedly stressed how unnerving and creepy it is having him pop out of thin air all the time, he'd probably be invisible right now. With the 3 of us working together, we managed to dim the glow of our combined cores to a significant degree, allowing us to sneak even closer to the group of Orpule demons. After we poke our noses around a tight bend, we managed to lay eyes on them for the first time.
Ow!
I mentally hiss.
Take a peek and tell me what sort of demons you see. I want to know if there are any exceptionally dangerous types.
The floating eyeball flickers and vanishes before, I assume, he wanders to the edge of the tunnel and has a look around. The floating eyeball flickers and vanishes before, I assume, he wanders to the edge of the tunnel and has a look around the corner.
There is a pride demon who I assume is the leader of this group.
Why always the pride demons? They seem utterly incompetent to me. Overconfidence and arrogance are quite literally their defining features.
They are one of the few types of demons who cares about leadership. Most others cannot be bothered with it.
That makes a lot of sense.
There are 2 slaughter demons in the group, along with a blood demon. There is also an envy demon and a grudge demon.
A grudge demon? I don't think I've seen one of those before.
They are not very common, but are immensely difficult to kill. I do not believe we will be able to manage it.
Are you kidding? Aren't you tier 7?
In this instance, I must draw the line between defeating a demon and killing it. The grudge demon will not be hard to defeat, but we will not kill it. It will escape and grow stronger as we feed its nature.
You mean it'll have a grudge against us?
Yes.
Well, that's just great. And wait, did you say an envy demon? I turned to Invidia. Looks like we found one of your people. How do you feel about that?
I will take everything from them.
Yeah, I suppose that sounds about right. It's wrong to think that demons of the same variety feel any kind of kinship with each other. They aren't clans or siblings in any way. To be honest, having multiple entities who are chasing the same obsession is probably an inconvenience to a demon. If you've got 2 slaughter demons working together, that's literally having the amount of slaughter they get to enjoy. Maybe enjoy is not the right word. There's one more, right? What else we got?
The last is a greed demon.
Isn't that what Grok has evolved from?
Correct.
And one more chapter.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
Chapter 21. Sarah meets her demons. With a mighty bellow, Sarah bursts round the corner with myself and Tiny right on her 4 heels. The demons respond quickly, the two closest, both of the slaughter demons, turning toward us in a flash, transforming into a spinning whirlwind of death before I can blink. I should clarify that I mean very fast there. Some human idioms will take longer than others to go away. I should clarify that I mean very fast there. Some human idioms will take longer than others to go away. Behind them, the more spell-oriented of their group don't miss a beat, the grudge and envy demon putting their minds to work with a level of force I can feel even from here. Not that Sarah minds. Armour or not, she barrels in with the unstoppable momentum of a freight train, her paws thudding into the ground so hard it shakes. A product of the first stratum she might be, she is still. A product of the first stratum she might be, she is still an absolute unit, and I think the demons are just as susceptible to being flattened by a 10-ton bear as anything else I've ever fought. It's clear from the outset that our opponents have been warned about us. Sarah might come as a surprise, but a giant ant... Sarah might come as a surprise, but a giant ant, a couple of demons, and a big old monkey aren't exactly difficult to spot. With how close we manage to get to our targets, the mad charge is over in seconds, and Sarah crashes into the demons' ranks like... With how close we manage to get to our targets, the mad charge is over in seconds, and Sarah crashes into the demons' ranks like a tsunami of furry muscle. The slaughter demons are nimble and lithe, nothing like the chubby or bulky sort of demon I've seen a lot of. One could be forgiven for making an assumption that 90% of their bodies is some sort of blade. One could be forgiven for making an assumption that 90% of their bodies is some sort of blade. But that would be nonsense. The true percentage comes closer to 60%. Or so I'm told. They slide around Sarah's charge, attempting to dig into her flank. As she barrels past them, but Tiny and I don't let them, rushing to meet them head-on. Agile as a fish, they change tack halfway through their strikes. And divert them to us. I rely on my foresight and heightened reflexes to catch the blade on the perfect angle of my carapace, deflecting much of the force of the blow before I bring my mandibles to bear, already having infused them with force magic. Despite my flawless defense, the red-stained blades of the slaughter demon are unbelievably sharp and still manage to remove a small chunk of my diamond carapace. These guys are proper deadly. My force-empowered mandibles snap forward with devastating power, crunching together with a piercing sound that rings through the tunnel. Unfortunately, they close on empty air, the demon having danced backward out of my reach. Tiny's approach is a little different than mine, and I can't really say if he does better or worse. Carrying all his momentum forward, he leaps, unfurling his wings and beating them down in one great thrust to give himself as much speed as possible and hurls through the air like a furry bullet. Rather than fend off the demon's strike, he simply sticks an arm out and allows his opponent to cut halfway through it, the slaughter demon displaying consummate skill by avoiding the forearm guards and penetrating deep into the flesh. Except, Tiny cares little for the wound. A wild grin spreads on his face as the blade of his foe becomes stuck on his impossibly tough bones. Light flashes across my eyes as Tiny unleashes his coiled right arm, delivering a devastating punch straight to the chops of the demon, sending the creature flying. Did he manage to land a punch? Yes. Is his left arm totally useless? Also yes. Sarah continues her forward press, jaws snapping and front claws slashing at anything that gets close enough. Already, I can feel the rage building in her as a number of minor wounds are inflicted. Her anger is like a physical presence with its own rhythmic heartbeat, one that can be heard thundering through the air as she fights. Behind us, Owl and Nvidia put their minds to the test, pitting their force of will against our opponents who are trying to force the mana around us to yield only to them. Nvidia is also kind enough to fling some healing magic at Tiny, hopefully enough to close over the wounds. The front of the fight devolves into the traditional monster versus monster gnashing and slashing, but the demons are craftier than most opponents. Sarah's offensive finally runs into a wall in the form of the Blood Demon, a horrific entity who appears to be half red liquid and half roiling demon flesh. The creature burbles and hisses as its body literally boils, slamming itself into the bear and sizzling her skin and muscle, further enraging the savage bear who begins to slash and tear blindly, hoping to rend the fluidic monster in front of me. The creature burbles and hisses as its body literally boils, slamming itself into the bear and sizzling her skin and muscle, further enraging the savage bear who begins to slash and tear blindly, hoping to rend the fluidic monster in front of her. The slaughter demon in front of me is just as difficult of a foe. Its body and mind appear heavily mutated to be nimble, and its limbs bend at an impossible... Its body and mind appear heavily mutated to be nimble, and its limbs bend at impossible angles as it flings out blades like whips. I rely on my foresight and reflexes to protect me as I pepper it with spells. Force magic isn't strong enough to do the job that I need it to. The hard skin and condensed muscles of the third strata monsters are way too tough for the pure belt. Force magic isn't strong enough to do the job that I need it to. The hard skin and condensed muscles of the third strata monsters are way too tough for the pure bolts of kinetic energy to do much, but I have plenty of other tricks up my sleeve. What's interesting about the slaughter demons is that they don't have all that much mass. No! Wah! Fuck. Why does it do this? What's interesting about the slaughter demons is that they don't have all that much mass. With a lurch of my mind, I dump the force magic from my mandibles and pump them full of gravity mana whilst peppering the monster with a series of ice spears. It slices through them with ease, and the distraction buys enough time to fully charge my jaws as I lock them in place. Yoink! Doom Tromp! Strong as an ox with a great weights routine, the slaughter demon reacts with alacrity, forcing its claws into the walls and digging in with its blades to prevent it from falling. Strong as an ox with a great weights routine, the slaughter demon reacts with alacrity, forcing its claws into the walls and digging in with its blades to prevent it falling into my mandibles, but so long as it can't dodge backward, there's no escape. With a shattering crunch, the dark mandibles of energy slam shut on my foe. Combo! Once I have the wiggling little blighter in my grip, I refuse to let it go. My jaws jump open and shut at a rapid pace, blurring the edges of the mandibles in my vision. Wreathed in lightning, Tiny bounds forward to aid Sarah against the blood demon as his initial opponent recovers from the devastating right cross to the face it. Wreathed in lightning, Tiny bounds forward to aid Sarah against the blood demon as his initial opponent recovers from the devastating right cross to the face it experienced at the start of the fight. Unwilling to allow its ally to be outnumbered, the Pride Demon steps forward, its noble physique a sharp contrast to the nightmarish frames of its allies. Before he can get too far, Chrysalis makes her move. In a flash, the light is sucked out of the tunnel and a dense forest of limbs begins to extend from the walls and out of mid-air. Twisting and seeking, they stretch toward the demons, phasing out of physical existence as she tries to grasp their minds and limbs. The demons counter immediately. Before my eyes, the darkness shatters, and a dense ball of roiling blood winks into existence before it begins to expand. Over the span of a second, the blood demon pours an amount... Over the span of a second, the blood demon pours an immense amount of mana into it before tying off the spell and unleashing it on us. Over the span of a second, the blood demon pours an immense amount of mana into it before tying off the spell and unleashing it on us. The moment it does so, a tidal wave of frothing red liquid explodes outward, turning the tunnel into a raging flood ground in an instant. Raging flood ground? Okay. The moment it does so, a tidal wave of frothing red liquid explodes outward, turning the tunnel into a raging flood ground in an instant. With also no time to prepare, my brains spin on overdrive. As Tiny unleashes every ounce of lightning mana within his body into the oncoming tide, my minds grind out lava magic, and I weave faster than I ever thought I could. A counterwave of molten rock is formed, rising up in front of Sarah just before the blood hits, and the tunnel is seared as a blast of red steam and superheated liquid sprays across everyone. When the mist clears, the tunnel is an absolute mess. Pools of blood and hissing black lava are everywhere. Standing in the middle of it all is a gigantic bear, and she is mad. Pools of blood and hissing black lava are everywhere. Boom. All right, that is a whole set finished. We're at chapter 22 now, yeah. I do get in a flow state for sure. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Asura Bear. Chapter 22. Asura Bear. In that brief window of stillness, as Sarah stands soaking and burned in the tunnel, the demon... In that brief window of stillness, as Sarah stands soaking and burned in the tunnel, the demons hear something they would later wish they had never had the misfortune to hear. It starts as a low growl on the back of the great bear's throat, a rumble that shudders through the air and rattles against my carapace. But it doesn't stop there. It grows in volume and intensity until it becomes an endless bellow of rage and madness that drowns out every other sound. Her claws and teeth glittering with a violent red energy, Sarah's aura rises in intensity until I feel as though it's trying to press me against the wall. She clearly did not want to be caught in the middle of the blur. She clearly did not want to be caught in the middle of the blood and lava collision, and her temper... She clearly did not want to be caught in the middle of the blood and lava collision, and her temper is flaring something fierce. If I can sense it, then the demons certainly can as well. There's a certain wariness to their movements now as they prepare themselves to continue the fight, though I don't think they've... There's a certain wariness to their movements. There's a certain wariness to their movements now. There's a certain wariness to their movements now as they prepare themselves to continue the fight, though I don't think they're ready for what's coming. The envy and grudge demons are still locked in a battle of mental supremacy with Owl and Invidia. Fucking hell. The envy and grudge demons are still locked in a battle of mental supremacy with Owl and Invidia. The grudge demon is a rather hideous sight, almost like a billowing cloud of menace and ill will surrounding a hunched, grim-looking entity. Despite what Alacrix had to say, it doesn't appear all that difficult to destroy, but I'll have to take his word for it. In an attempt to block our path and protect the more vulnerable members of its group, the greed demon finally steps forward. I can see the traces of Grockus in its shape and form. Although not nearly as corpulent, it still has a significant amount of pure mass. Perhaps it will be able to stand its ground in front of an enraged Sarah. Or not. Her anger having reached its peak, the bear lashes out fiercely, carving red gouges through the air before rending the blood demon straight through the middle. Her success only emboldens her, and Sarah starts to charge straight into the waiting arms of the greed demon. The two large monsters clash with enormous force, but Sarah doesn't take a backward step as she snarls and snaps at the corpulent demon. The two large monsters clash with enormous force, but Sarah doesn't... The two large monsters clash with enormous force, but Sarah doesn't take a backward step as she snarls and snaps at the corpulent demon with her teeth. "Let's go, Tiny! Follow up behind Sarah!" With his arm partially healed, Tiny is ready to go once more, lightning flickering around his frame again as he readies his fists. My minds spin at a dizzying pace as I try to work out the best plan of attack, feeling out the situation with all of my senses as I charge. Despite being literally split in twain, the blood demon isn't out of... Despite being literally split in twain, the blood demon isn't out for the count yet. Its strange, half-fluid, half-flesh body is already in the process of drawing itself back together as it slashes out towards Sarah. We can't have that happening! The omni-elemental construct spins and whirls within my mind, the many-layered sphere churning out mana as my mind constructs cooperate to make the thing dance. A searing jet of blue flame erupts from in front of my mandibles, torching the blood demon and sizzling it even as it tries to regather itself. Tiny! Give it heaps! Without needing more encouragement, the big ape leaps, both arms raised above his head before he brings them down in a shattering impact that rattles the floor, discharging the lightning he built up straight into the weakened demon. If it's still kicking, then it sure isn't going to be doing anything to harm us anytime soon. The envy and grudge demons at the back are growing ever more frustrated in their attempts to gather mana and weave their spells. The suppression of the two brainy beings behind me has been too much for them to overcome so... The suppression of the two brainy beings behind me has been too much for them to overcome so far, but I said... The suppression of the two brainy beings behind me has been too much for them to... The suppression of the two brainy beings behind me has been too much for them to overcome so far, but a deep flickering green light within the winged eyeball tingles my danger senses more than a little. Without hesitation, I dash forward, my legs firing and my brains blazing as I spin together a series of condensed force bolts over the course of a second. I run an arc around Sarah, who continues to savage and bully the greed demon in front of her, the big thing so far holding its ground. I run an arc around Sarah, who continues to savage and bully the greed demon in front of her, the big thing so far holding its ground. As I draw closer, I place my 6 legs carefully and time my skill activations to fire a triple dash at the last possible second, unleashing my force bolts at the same moment as I charge into the demon's flank. Despite being a hefty demon, the monster is knocked to the side as I unleash all of the force I can muster and blast the thing straight into the side of the tunnel, leaving Sarah with nothing in front of her for a brief moment. The enraged bear fixates on the pride demon, who steps forward to assist its now stunned ally, and I swear the swagger in its step falters as it stares down the Asura. The unending roar of malevolence continues to shatter all of our ears, or rather, to send every hair along my body shaking as if I was standing in the epicenter of an earthquake, in my case. Tiny, deal the fat one! Tiny, deal with the fat one! Chrysalis, I need you to help me with the envy demon! The pulsing green energy is growing stronger within that eye every moment, and once charged, that beam is going to do serious damage if we let it. With Sarah pulling aside the only obstacle still remaining between us, I rush forward to engage the back line, my mandibles wide open and a doom chomp primed and ready to go. Before I can reach my target, the grudge demon leaps in front of me. The demon is small and surrounded by a strange gaseous cloud, its body hidden behind the ever-shifting vapor. Unwilling to allow it to slow my charge, I rush straight through it, slamming my mandibles shut after infusing them with wind mana. Fuck. Unwilling to... where did it go? Unwilling to allow it to slow my charge, I rush straight through it, slamming my mandibles shut after infusing them with wind mana. An inrush of air compresses around the demon, compacting the gas before my jaws slam shut. What the heck? It's as if I didn't bite anything at all. I may as well have bitten steam. Directly in front of my face, the demon reforms in an instant, and I feel a powerful sluggishness overcome my limbs. I think this darn thing just cursed me somehow. Damn it! I feel so weak. Unable to advance as quickly as I want, I watch as the envy demon continues to build its energy until the eye is gleaming bright. Desperate to avoid getting blasted in the face with a laser of death, I spin together a host of force bolts, launching them at the side of the eyeball just as it leans forward to unleash the beam. Struck at the last second, the eye swings to the side, scorching my side with immense heat before its Struck at the last second, the eye swings to the side, scorching my side with immense heat before it's directed into the wall of the tunnel. A few moments later, Sarah arrives on the scene, having already dealt with the... pride demon and crashes down on the flying eye like a collapsing house, putting a rapid end to the fight. The grudge demon is still here, but I have no idea how to kill it, and I'm not sure how well it'll... the grudge demon is still here, but I have no idea how to kill it, and I'm not sure how well it'll be able to fight on its own. The next thing we have to do is work out how to calm Sarah down. Alright guys, I think I can do one more chapter. I need to eat some food, and my mom's calling me. She probably needs something important. No, I never really accidentally pop into somebody else's voice in normal life. Chapter 23. More hunting.
I really am sorry about that.
Aye, don't worry about it. You've apologised already. I'm fine. You're fine. We're all fine.
I mean, sure, but I still feel bad. Is there anything else I can do?
No, seriously. It's already healing. There's no issue here. Calming down the rampaging Asura bear turned out to be easier than I thought. She might be an unstoppable killing machine when she gets going, but she's still limited to the strength of her tear. Between Tiny, Chrysalis and myself, we managed to slow her down enough that she eventually came back to herself. I mean, I did get bitten in the process. but it's not too bad. My legs grow back fast, and I'm pretty nimble on 5 anyway. It was the deep grooves she cut into my carapace that I found. More frightening. That's just with her jaws. Imagine if she got a full swing with her claws. Scary. Once we subdued the bear and she calmed down, it was time to harvest our gains. Consume the biomass, and decide what to do with the grudge demon.
They are an interesting type of demon, Owl remarked. They aren't exactly impossible to destroy, but it is extremely difficult and involves spending far more effort than is usually considered worthwhile.
When I bit it, I felt like I'd chomped nothing at all. Then I got hit with a curse that made me feel super weak.
Yes, that's right. The grudge demon is quite weak, but if you destroy it, then you will be hit with a sapping curse that drains your strength for a time.
The ultimate sacrifice play.
Well, we may as well send this creature on its way.
So saying, Owl enveloped the little demon in a pillar of flame before detonating it and dispersing the grudge. What the heck?
It will take some time for it to bring itself back from that. Of course, this means I will suffer its curse for longer, but it does not affect my mental abilities, so I shall be fine.
They may be weak, but I still find the grudge demon quite scary. So persistent. What happens when a grudge demon evolves?
Due to their low offensive power, it is supremely difficult for grudge demons to accrue experience. Despite being so hard to kill, examples who have managed to reach Tier 7 are vanishingly rare. Should they succeed, the resulting demon is immensely powerful.
Yeesh. I hope I never meet one. Once we clear up the battle site, we gather once more. To plan our next move. This was only one of the hunting parties sent out from Orpule, and tangling with them was no joke. That proves 2 things. We were right to be cautious, and we were right to hunt them down. If the colony has to deal with these dudes themselves, then we are talking about a lot of dead ants.
And these were only Tier 6. I can't imagine what the Tier 7 demons are like,
Sarah says. They're messed up, Big time, I say, not looking at Owl. I think our best course of action is to keep hunting through these tunnels to see if we can find any other groups and then check back in with Vibrant. We know 3 groups came out in this direction, so I'd like to find at least one more before we leave, but we can't be sure they are even in these tunnels to start with. They're messed up. Big time.
You think they might have gone elsewhere?
Who knows? I shrug with my antennae. It's possible they entered the tunnels, but at another point we don't know about.
How many of these groups left Orpule so far?
10, according to the General Melia. They've scattered all over the place.
It's unlikely we're going to get them at all. It's unlikely we're going to get them all.
Sarah says with a sigh. No chance. But we should make every effort to find as many as we can. We have 2 days before we need to regroup with the colony, so we need to move quickly.
Are you able to do that? You're missing a leg, remember? Sorry about that again.
It'll grow back in a few hours. I've mutated specifically for that purpose.
You mutated to grow your legs back faster? How often does this happen?
More often than I'd like. I turned to Brilliant, who managed to keep her head down and not run off for once during the fight. You did a fantastic job helping us track these guys down. Now I need you to do it again, about 10 times. 10? You really think you're going to be able to catch them all? Nope, but I'm going to try. Fair enough. The little ant looks back and forth. Which way are we going to go? She makes a good point. We did pursue this group quite a long way. Let's head back to where we entered the tunnels. I'm guessing if more than one group came down here, then they would have split up and gone in different directions. Otherwise, we would have found them together. Makes sense. I let the others know the plan, and we head back toward the entrance. There's still more monsters and ghasts on the way, which we make sure to put down in order to feed as much experience and biomass into the hatchling as we safely can. She's tier 4 now, but I'll be a lot happier when she reaches tier 5. Bringing her down here was always a risk, but it's serving a few purposes, namely accelerating her growth and making sure I'm able to oversee her education. Champion monsters, and champion ants in particular, are a little weird. The way they inspire followers and loyalty is a good thing. Vibrant and her squad have been an amazing asset to the colony. But there's also a risk. If a champion was raised within the nest, with all the rest of the hatchlings, what sort of influence would she have on them? How effectively would she have been How effectively would she have absorbed the lessons of the tenders who may be inspired to follow her directions instead of their own? Since I'm one of the few who seems resistant to the strange charisma that's exuded by the champions, I'm in the best position to educate them. I'm not just trying to get Brilliant to agree with everything I think. I'm simply trying to create the space she needs in order to develop I'm not just trying to get Brilliant to agree with everything I think. I'm simply trying to create the space she needs in order to develop into the ant that she wants to be. When I eventually let her loose on the colony, she'll at least have a solid conceptual understanding of who she is and what she's passionate about. I also get the opportunity to make sure she's not obsessed with something that will get all of us killed. All right, this is where we entered. The path branches from here in three different directions, meaning we have 2 possible avenues of investigation. Do you sense anything, Brilliant? She hesitates. Nothing right now. The trail may have gone cold, given how long they moved through here. So we just have to guess. Ah, well. This way. Let's see what we can see. This way. This way. Let's see what we can see. All right, guys. That'll be it for me for today. Watch out for tomorrow. I should be starting at noon Central tomorrow. 3-hour session. I hope you guys had a good time while you were here. I hope you will subscribe to this channel, like this video, and I hope you will also visit litrpgcon.com to learn more about the very first convention dedicated to the genre. That is July 18th through the 20th in Denver, Colorado at the Grand Hyatt. If you go to litrpgcon.com, you can pick up a ticket for just about $100, and there's hotels surrounding the hotel that we're at where you should be able to get a room. You can see also the list of all the guests that we have. It's going to be me, Matt Dinneman, and all the biggest LitRPG names in the industry, as well as everyone from Soundbooth Theater. So Travis Baldry, Aileron Kong, Dakota Kraut, Rhino Z, the author of Chrysalis, coming all the way from Australia. Did I say James Hunter already? And let's see, Michael Chatfield. Who else? Benjamin Keary. There's a ton of people, guys. There's so many. So just go check out the website, see what's going on there, and if you want to come hang with us for a weekend in Denver, you should do it. And of course, share the LitRPG Con website with anybody else you think might want to come, or if you want to make sure that you recruit more friends, some more of your friends who've never listened or read LitRPG. If you want to addict them to the genre as well, make sure to try and get them to come with you. It'll be a good time no matter what. All right, guys, y'all have a good rest of your day, and I will hopefully see you tomorrow at noon Central for the next cold read. Bye-bye.